Buenas, Takeru. Buenas noches. Estoy aún configurando. Yo creo que se debería estar todo. Se va a ver bien, pero voy a probarlo entrando in-game. Estoy viendo por aquí varias cosas que no tendrían que ir bien así. Por ejemplo, el tema de los fotogramas. Deberían ser 60. Está capado ahí. Nueva historia. Vamos a ver. Estoy volviendo a retransmitir en 2K y en YouTube. A ver, a 60 sale. Vale, pues a ver si el 2K de YouTube se ve al bitrate que debe. Le he puesto entre 35.000 y 45.000. Esté variando por ahí más o menos. A ver si aguanta. Si va con una latencia.
Recording Saga was a completely different experience to Hellblade 1 because Hellblade 1 was a very intimate experience. I was the only character in the game, like the only character that was actually like motion captured. So yeah, being on a massive stage compared to the first one with a big team and other actors was like, yeah, it was very, very different. But I really enjoyed it. I think I had to overcome my performance anxiety quite a lot because, yeah, like in the first game I was able to hide a little bit more. Like there was not many people watching me when I was performing, whereas being on a stage with a whole cast, it's a bit more vulnerable. But because we got on so well, it was very easy in the end.
Perfecto, Takeru. Sí, ya me lo esperaba.
Because we didn't see this part of it, the actual like fully rendered storm and everything for a long time down on the stage. But something that we were really proud of is that boat rig that we built matched up so well with where you actually ended up on the boat, Chris, right?
Yeah, yeah. It was insanely fun. We had a huge rig that was kind of like operated by ropes, so everyone who was on the rig would all be moving with the same kind of momentum of the sea.
It was really cool though, being like tied up on an actual boat rather than just pretending to be on a boat. So it felt very realistic.
I think there were a couple of times, you know, before we had decided on what the build was going to be, where I'd come down to the stage and kind of see you being
Aproveche, Takeru.
on a chair. I was like, this is what we're gonna do, but it's gonna be much more than that. Like, it was one of the first things that we shot, and I hadn't started too much longer before then. I think I'd only been here for about 6 months. And that kind of build is not something I would have ever imagined seeing on a mocap set, just because of how sensitive the cameras are, and you know, being able to carry that kind of weight and still get the data you need is difficult. So to see it all kind of come together and not cause us really any technical issues was really cool. I felt really
Yeah, that swimming scene was, I think, one of my favorite things to shoot because it was the first time that I got to use like a harness, or do you call it gyroscope, Chris?
The colloquial term for it is tuning fork, I think.
Dear. I'll never remember that. But yeah, I remember you were all in with Lucky 13 and riggers, and yeah, just strapping me into that harness, and I underestimated how much hard work it is to be in that harness and to pretend to swim. I kind of imagined it being really easy, but you actually have to tense like all the muscles in your body, and it's quite hard work.
This one was another one that was kind of tricky because we didn't know the exact layout of the beach as you were washing up on it. So I think that's a nice little bit where kind of what you shoot informs what you get at the end of it, because it all had to be built with what we were able to do in mind. Looks brutal.
That was quite fun because I had to like pretend to be like washed up. So I was like pretending there would be waves and like rolling from left to right. And then it kind of cuts into one of our stunt doubles, I think Lisa. She was in the harness as well, and then she did the actual washing up scene.
She will survive. Come on, get up quick. You let him die. You let him die like this. Don't look anymore.
Chapter 1 is a place called Reykjanesta on the Reykjanes Peninsula, which is the same peninsula that Reykjavik is in. And this was actually the first location we went to?
Yeah, pretty much the first location, I think.
Yeah.
It was one of the earliest locations we started building as well.
Yeah. So it was literally our first experience of Iceland, was coming out of Reykjavik airport and driving straight out here, and it was quite intense, I think, wasn't it? It was a very, like, the weather was pretty full on.
Yeah, it was a kind of a very, not quite as stormy as it is in the game, but we definitely had a sort of a blustery day to kind of experience the coast.
Yeah. And we went through a lot of iterations in terms of how we represented this. I think what we ended up with, we did quite a few resets where we were trying to kind of represent it as it was, but then struggling to kind of get it to work with the gameplay. And I think at one point we sort of reset back to try and get as close to the layout as possible, and then we were a little bit more considered about what we changed so it worked with the gameplay. Like the first initial area, you probably will recognise some of it from the real location. I don't know.
I think it matches, like, layout-wise, it kind of follows the real location, but we definitely modified the landscape and made it more rocky and more sort of dangerous looking, kind of, to kind of filter the player along the path, but also kind of set the mood for the sort of dangers of Iceland and its kind of hazards.
Yeah, so inland we've kind of amped up the lava field, which is now a lot of it's covered by grass and things. Obviously there's roads and things that come through it. When you come up to the ridge and look out over the beach in that section there, I mean, that's quite similar what you have in real life, but yeah, there's a lot you need to do to consider, like for when to guide the player and to fit in with the different narrative beats. You know, we can't let it be completely open and fully navigatable. You have to kind of channel you in certain areas, so there's various kind of tricks and things that we did to do that. And I think, as ever, the first level of any game gets an awful lot of attention, just because if you do work on that first, when you carry on doing the other levels, you realise how much you've progressed at that point. So you want to go back to the first one and rework that. And with it being the first chapter as well, it's super important that this is the thing that kind of sets the tone and sets the bar for the rest of the game. So it did feel like we worked on chapter 1 for an eternity.
I mean, another thing that stopped us from capturing a lot of the sort of area was the time we were there was a lot of like nesting birds and lot of gulls and oyster catchers. Oyster catchers. So there was a lot of gulls and oyster catchers flying around at the time. So it made it very difficult to kind of get drones or other, capture elements when we're kind of being dive bombed by oyster catchers, and kind of there's lots of disruption around that we're trying to avoid and not sort of disturb them too much at the same time.
In particular, they took a disliking to Jim Waters, one of our environmentalists. So Reconesta was one of the first areas that we worked on. It's one of the first places where we started to really get into the photogrammetry and using that as a test bed. So the good thing about this area as well, there's a lot of kind of reusable rock structures that we used as a test for doing photogrammetry, and then seeing if we could, how many areas that we could populate with a very few amount of meshes.
Carries them with her, always.
Ahora, en cuanto recupere el control total, creo que va a haber que hacer algunos ajustes aquí gráficos.
You should not have come here, child. Your hopes were always doomed to fail.
Hola, Rodrigo, muy buenas.
All this way. Just to die among strangers.
You! Why did you come back?
Did you think you had left me behind? I am always here.
I won't listen to you.
Ahora sí.
Thought she'd left it in the past. Her father. He clouds her mind with fear, but she won't stop. Stronger forces drive her on.
Buena pinta tiene este juego. Sí, mira, es un juego que no sé, tendrá ya año y medio, 2. Creo que es de 2023, me parece, ¿eh? No estoy 100% seguro. Lo jugué de salida, incluso en directo también. Pero han sacado hace unos días una versión mejorada junto también a unos drivers de Nvidia que mejora el rendimiento. Y he querido aprovechar para probar la nueva versión, esa mejorada, que bueno, mejora tema, elimina bugs que había, mejora el rendimiento, meten un modo así como un modo partida plus, creo que se llama podredumbre, no sé qué. No me acuerdo ahora mismo, Routen, bueno, no me acuerdo, Dark Routen creo que es, como podredumbre negra o algo similar. Y también algo que me interesaba, más que la dificultad, me interesaba volver a jugarlo, porque el juego no es muy largo, pero me interesaba volver a jugarlo con lo de los comentarios de los devs. Que tengo mucho interés por ver cómo han hecho este juego, que se escapa un poquito de lo normal, no es como cualquier juego. Y después de pinta, como juego como tal, ha tenido una aceptación normalita, buena, normal. Tampoco ha sido nada de otro mundo, pero como experiencia audiovisual es única. O sea, aún a día de hoy, yo no he visto ningún juego que se vea tan bien. Tiene trampa, de todas formas. O sea, tú ves esto y dices, hostia, cómo se ve a nivel fotorrealismo, es lo mejor que hay. Correcto. Es verdad, es lo mejor que hay aún a día de hoy. En su día era prácticamente una demo técnica de un real. No era ni juego, parecía una demo del motor gráfico. Sigue siendo bestial, ahora incluso me va mejor. Problema, que tiene trampa. Sí, tiene trampa. Yo ahora mismo quiero ir por allí y me quedo con las ganas. O sea, es pasillo. O sea, no es para tanto en realidad. Te hace trampa con eso. Se ve espectacular, sí, pero se ve lo que quieren que veas. Que me vale, o sea, ya repito. O sea, tiene más trampa de lo que parece. Es una pasada. A nivel audio no hay nada igual para mí. Y a visual, iros al enlace ese que he dejado en el fijado de YouTube y allí lo veis. Sin el tema del bitrate de Twitch. Allí se ve bien. Y es espectacular. Sí, para mí sigue sin haber nada igual. A nivel eso, visual no hay nada similar. Nada, dejadme aquí configurar algo. LS calidad. Vale, también han añadido este modo de gráfico que no existía, el muy alta. Esto también es algo que han metido en esta versión mejorada. Obviamente yo no tengo PC para jugarlo muy alta. Ahora mismo estoy con el lossless scaling, que me hace un poquito también de trampa con los fotogramas, pero prefiero bajarle a ciertas cosas. Voy a dejarlo como sería la máxima calidad que tenía en su día. Incluso sombras a media, porque de sombras suelen consumir mucho. Y tampoco es que después yo lo note tanto. Y voy a dejarlo así como en alta todo. Y a ver si no tengo que cambiar nada más. Espero que no. Hay que tengo un procesador algo mayor ya. De todas formas, ahora mismo estoy retransmitiéndolo en Twitch en 2K y en YouTube con otro add-on a otro bitrate distinto y doble retransmisión, jugándolo en mi PC, que como digo ya es mayorcico. Bastante bien que va. Gracias al DLSS. Que también es otra de las updates, la ha metido el DLSS 4A. Bastante bien que va. Ojalá no tenga que bajarle algo más en alguna parte. Pero yo lo noto bien ella, ¿eh? Con el lossless scaling ahora mismo me está yendo de lujo. Pues Rodrigo, si te llama mucho la atención el tema visual, si te vas al enlace y ves el directo unos segundos atrás, pero lo ves durante unos segundos en YouTube, vas a flipar. O sea, lo pones en 2K en YouTube y flipa, ¿eh? O sea, es espectacular visualmente. Fíjate, partículas por todos los lados, resolución de tema del entorno como está. Y eso, que yo ya me lo he pasado en su día. No sé si una o dos veces, aunque no me acuerdo de nada, he jugado a más juegos por el medio. Y mi intención es jugarlo con la versión esa de comentarios de los devs. Conocer más cosas de este juego.
So this is the part where Senua has reached Iceland. She's a little bit sort of undercover, and she needs to blend in. So she's part of the slaves at this point. So for this costume, we wanted her to feel like that. So she's not got a warrior costume at this point.
Yeah, no face paint, no warrior costume.
¿Verdad?
Yeah, broken down, desperate. Has very little, and the costume reflects that. So she's got a torn, like piece of an old tunic. Still got some like other pieces, like the trousers and the shoes are still there, but like the main part of the costume's like ripped up and torn.
Well, I do remember because the thing is, we'd already made the main costume.
Yeah.
And with that weaving, do you remember? We were like, this could be at the beginning. So we were, let's make the tunic out of the weaving.
That's true.
And then, I mean, this piece evolved though, didn't it? So once we'd made it, of course had to get adapted because she's in water. So it was. But I mean, this sort of the shoulder bits where you've got that fur over the top. Do you remember we did little lines of the yarn?
Yes.
And it was so beautiful because it's that nettle yarn. Yeah, and it's really cool.
Well, it needs to feel like recognisable.
Yeah.
As Senua, but it's like a different version of her.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
We had that.
It was such a good starting point, though. As in, like, even though we'd already done the main costume, that was so beautiful to go back to that
It would
material.
reverse engineer
exactly.
it.
Yeah, go back to that
Strip it
material.
all the way down.
Yeah,
back
and then when she gets to shore, she's like, right, okay, I'm gonna make up my new outfit from this. So yeah, it sort of made loads more sense, I think.
Yeah. And she's not got the headband either at this point.
Yeah.
This is where she's just got a band just a piece of cloth.
This is why I remember something like this in the first game.
Yeah.
when she had, I remember us recording something that was with just the band, and yeah,
And
it's
this
really good.
and this pelt is like the pelt that she's got on is like it's to evoke that same feeling of Senua
¿Verdad?
from Hellblade 1.
From yeah,
but
of
it's
course,
like an
she
old
had-
tattered version of,
Yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
Bueno, viene de ser
You wanted this
prisionera.
to be a dress as well, right?
That's
Normal tema de la
Like,
vestimenta.
this is probably not very
you doing
like comfortable for climbing and swimming.
I think the swimming, if there's
swimming, crawling.
this, yeah, exactly. We maybe have to make some bloomers.
Yeah. So we cut
Put some
that down,
trousers. Yeah,
didn't we? We just
It makes
we
sense.
chopped it in, like at the bottom
yeah.
and made it more of a longer. Still feels like it's got that dress element, but
Yeah.
it's working with trousers as well.
Yeah.
And you see on her arms as well, like the sort of where she's been bound
Oh
with
yeah,
the rope,
yeah.
so it's all tying into the slave
Nice, that.
background
Yeah.
where she's been bound up on boat. Because they would have manhandled people onto
yeah.
boats.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going willingly. There's a bit of a struggle there. Just getting all like grime and damage into Senua.
Les dije de que incluso ahora hasta 2025, que sigue siendo top en cuanto gráficamente, buscando fotorrealismo, claro. Quizá no he tenido en cuenta el Death Stranding 2, pero como no ha salido para PC, lo he visto en consola. Yo creo que aún así el Death Stranding está a un nivel por abajo de detalle. Pasa que el Death Stranding es tienes más libertad. Aquí al final te vas a mover por donde puedes. El otro tienes un poco más de libertad, sí, para moverte. Es más amplio el pasillo. En cambio aquí no. Aquí sí que vas por donde te dicen. Pero creo que está a un nivel de detalle un poco por encima del Death Stranding 2. Pero lo dicho, con trampa. Tiene trampa. Es eso. Lo limitado que es.
Do not forget my stories, Senua. I am with you still. Out of hell you have come, and now find yourself in Midgard, the world of men. Do not think it any less dangerous for that. Your path has taken you far from home, across the boundless sea, and you must go on to the heart of this place. To the heart of man. You have seen how the Northmen journey out to conquer. And this is one of their lands. As icy dark as Niflheim, yet as fiery as Muspel. It has not long been claimed, and they try still to tame it.
Esto, si no recuerdo mal, creo que era el único coleccionable que había durante todo el juego. A cada marca de esas que se ven, esta especie de 4 sería la primera. Cada una de ellas... Voy a salir ya. Pero bueno, cada una de ellas pues es un tótem de estos que hay que encontrar por el mundo. Cosa que no es muy difícil porque, como digo, el nivel de libertad que tenemos en el juego es tan bajo. Acabas encontrándolos todos.
Follow him, but be careful. They will kill you this time.
Like they did to her.
On the cliff.
You were too weak to help.
Follow him.
Be ready to fight.
She is a warrior.
A warrior with no sword.
No weapon.
She came here with nothing.
What good are you to anyone with no weapon? He will kill you. He will.
Don't just watch this happen.
Do something. Don't stand by. Watch. Fight him. No!
Verde.
Why didn't you stop it? Too weak.
Let her
He is right.
They were survivors. I need to help the other slaves.
You let him die. Remember why we came here. She came here for a reason. But now she doesn't know what to do. She don't know where to go. Your plan is in pieces. She is lost. You're lost. The enslaver, the master, is gone.
I have to help them.
Thought you could stop this, but you have lost your mark. The sea tore him away, just like your hopes.
You don't need to listen to him. You know this now. Listen to us. You know better. Find the survivor. He is trying to trick you. We need to help the survivors.
You want to save them. They're already dead.
You're a liar.
The lost ones.
You have to find a way out of here.
You are lost too.
She must find a way out.
How can the lost find anyone?
Listen, listen.
You failed them.
Don't listen to him.
They are dead, like your mother.
Hey, shut up.
Like
Make him
your
shut up. Stop it.
Can't you hear them, Senua? Can't you hear their scream?
I can hear them.
So yeah, you'd notice during a lot of the fractals being kind of part of Senua's internal mind, kind of blocking her, but also calling for her attention. And it was an interesting motif that we used throughout the game. To sort of get across how Senua was sort of seeing the world and feeling about sort of certain things that she knew she had to solve.
Y este puzzle, ya ni me acuerdo obviamente. No sé si es solo hacerle focus aquí y ya.
They are suffering, but I set them free.
You need to find it. It's here. Somewhere. Look for it. Look for
Claro, o sea, buscar este símbolo por algo por aquí. Bueno, veo que ya hay una especie de guía.
where to look. Do you know where to look? She doesn't. She doesn't.
Supongo que será buscar esa forma. Intentar juntarla con esto.
You don't know how deep this darkness goes.
Yes, you've done it. You completed the symbol. What now? You must go back to the cache. She must go back. Behind the symbol is the source of the darkness. Source of their darkness. You need to understand it. Uncover the darkness, Senua.
Buenas, Cody. Me ha salido la alerta, pero no, o sea, no te veo el mensaje. Creo que ha cascado el chat. Un momento. Sí, creo que ha cascado el chat. Sí. Ah, por Dios, soy que estoy probando cosas. Justo el chat, que nunca ha fallado, es lo que falla hoy. Si se recupera... Ahí está, creo que sí. Pero son muy buenas, Cody. ¿Ha habido algún update o algo? Yo veo incluso un icono más que había. Creo que han metido un update ahora de algo. Buenas noches. ¿Cómo va eso? ¿Cómo va usted de salud?
I need to find the source of all this. I promised. Child.
The dead are here. Can you hear them? They follow us, Senua. Struggling.
Espero que me hagan tutorial de combate porque no me acuerdo de nada. Había un dash, un block, un ataque ligero, pesado. Creo que va a haber un combate pronto. Senua ahí, Scotty.
On the beach, we had this section where you kind of see these shadowy kind of representations of the kind of people that had drowned in the shipwreck, and this is a way of kind of Senua kind of showing her guilt. She believes it's kind of her fault that she wasn't able to save these people, and you know, they may have been people that she persuaded to come on this quest with her to sort of go over to Iceland to start saving the slaves that have been taken across. And it's, you know, that's a very visual way of showing kind of Senua's internal suffering, blaming herself for the lives that have been lost during this journey.
Y tiempo, Scotty.
Find somewhere to hide.
Una maravilla en lo visual. Quiero recordar que esta era de las mejores partes del principio. Era la parte esta de la playa. Cuando llega a Islandia es también de lo más chulo. Hay por ahí algún escenario muy bueno también, pero es que este era especialmente bueno porque es el que más me acuerdo. Una cantidad de detalle.
Well, this was the first battle we built, but it was very different. Originally, you were just like lost in like an infinite mist, and things were coming to you. But fairly late in development, we completely redid this battle to make it more of a explicit tutorial for the new combat mechanics. We needed to explain how Senua got a sword back, and we wanted to introduce the enemies in a way that they would organically teach you the basics of combat. So each of the enemies you fight here, they have a very, very like bespoke behavior that's supposed to just encourage you to kind of like learn the controls by just experimentation. So the first guy you find, he's gonna always wait for you to do the first attack, and then he's just gonna, you know, do a bit of blocking and barely any counter attacks. So he's a bit of like a punching bag for you to just learn to use the basics of the light and heavy attacks. It's also like a nice showcase of the
Heavy attacks, ¿verdad? También había heavy attacks, creo que es el clic derecho.
Gruesome kills. We did a lot of work on having these events trigger in a way that felt seamless. So as you're, you know, doing a certain interaction in the world, you just blend naturally into something else. And we wanted to tell the story of the slavers trying to recapture the slaves that had escaped after the boats crashed into the coast. Yeah, lots of little touches on their, like, you know, their behavior to make sure that each enemy introduces like a new move to keep them fresh. These were starting to experiment with some of the like off-screen events that can trigger anywhere in a space rather than the more scripted ones. Yeah, we introduced things like the button mash mechanic.
Acción de botones, combos.
Block to be able to get hits in, things like that. We had some very, very gruesome execution animations that we only trigger here, and we only allow once. But you know, they were so cool, but also the repetition really stood out. So almost all of the enemies you kill here have like a unique animation depending on like the direction of the attack and stuff like that.
Ah, ¿verdad? Eso, que tenía combos también. Me pareció entenderle eso. Bien, por fin combate. A ver si me explican algo. Dash, ligero. Block.
We cannot fight. It has to be you. You.
Block debe ser esto, el contra. Voy a dashearle uno a ver si soy capaz.
Keep fighting back. Don't let them hurt you. Make him pay.
No hace... No sé si va a ser siempre así, pero hace un pequeño cambio de... Sí, cámara lenta. Antes de que me pegue, bueno. Igual es porque es el primer combate. No. El pesado no... No, y este tampoco, nada. ¿Hay que esquivar o bloquear? Voy a bloquear. Esquivo una y ya le pego. Vale. Creo que lo he pillado el combate. También el día que haya un juego de mundo abierto a este nivel de detalle sabré que tengo que cambiar de PC. Pero este mundo abierto poco. Tampoco le hace falta, pero... Da un poco más de libertad, no le vendría mal, pero tampoco hace falta que sea mundo abierto.
Stronger. You must. You have to survive for us. You made a promise.
Por ahí hay uno que pelea.
You've lost another one. Could you? All of this death because of you.
Algo que me llama mucho la atención de este juego, al ser un real, es que es de los pocos donde un real no se caga encima con el tema de la iluminación. No entiendo por qué. Incluso juegos como el que vengo de jugar ahora, el Mafia de Old Country, que sigue pecando de lo mismo. En cambio en este, ¿no? O sea, no sé el motivo. El tema de iluminación en la mayoría de juegos modernos de Unreal, todas las sombras así ligeras sobre superficies así como caras y tal, se ven como con un hormigueo muy vasto. En cambio este, no. Y es más antiguo. Es decir, que el tema del lumen lo han modificado en versiones nuevas y les ha salido mal. Pero en este no tiene ese problema. Una cajita, pero bueno, quiero recordar que tampoco tenía ningún tipo de luteo.
I remember when we were getting closer to the upturned boat, and that was the time I kind of recently joined Ninja, and we finished the combat, and I could hear someone knocking on something, and I was like, what is this coming out of my ear? And then I realized like there's a kind of like an upturned boat at the front, and you go under it and you go inside. That place was so cool from the audio perspective, because like I was surprised by it, but I'm curious to know like where was it coming from.
So the original idea of the upturned boat, it come from one of the people that collaborated with us that had lived experience, and it's something that happened to him. Actually, he was at home and he started hearing someone knocking on the door. Please open me, like something is going to happen to that person. And he tells to himself, I know this is not happening. I'm not going to open. But the thing keep going. Boom, 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 boom. boom, 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 until it was unbearable. And then he opens that door, very similar to the upturned boat when you go under. And then there was nothing, and his voices were like mocking him. Ha, 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 ha. And I think that sparked this section, which basically you finish that combat, as you said, and as you approach, you hear all these people asking for help. Please help us, which is carrying that guilt. Like this whole section is building on that guilt that she's been feeling because she didn't save, she failed all the time.
But she feels it.
She feel it.
She feels that she failed, but it wasn't up to her.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the moment that she enters and it's empty, is the mocking beat, like,
Yeah, I remember that,
yeah.
Fácil de entender ese inglés cuando lo habla un hispano, ¿eh? Joder.
That Senua gets stuck.
La pronunciación, qué fácil es.
Is the body comes alive and is holding her leg, or is just her leg getting stuck on the body?
Well, for her it's real that that body grabbed her, like, and so that's what we care about, and that's the feeling we are coming through with audio and all the visuals and the water and the feeling of getting drowned. I think it's a good example of what is within, it goes out, and you project your reality outside, and that is something that we do a lot overall in the game. It's a very powerful moment.
The pain in your chest.
La broxa, muy buenas. Que no, que me quedo sin jugar. No puedo matarla. Qué bonito el sitio, ¿eh? Dan ganas de sacar la toalla. Un bañito ahí.
The slavers were the first enemy we built in development. So, like all things, towards the end of development, we looked at it and we need to basically redo them from scratch to make sure the animation quality is up to the same level of everything else we did afterwards, where we have obviously learned a lot more about how to do, motion capture and refine animation. So these guys were also rebuilt in a very short time towards the end. They're also the only enemies in the game that have a human face that you can see. So we had to do enough faces so you would never see the same one twice in a row. So I think you fight 5 guys here, so they'll have a unique face and a unique voice as well for all their combat parts and things like that.
The other thing that I remember we added towards the end was like whenever the enemy would die, you added those transitions that she's tired and you would rotate the camera right towards.
Wow, that took a really long time to get right.
Otro hispano más.
Every time you do a finisher kill on any of the enemies, we needed to basically blend the camera and rotate Senua with a different animation towards where the player should go next. Otherwise, people got a bit confused because the level is very similar looking, so it was easy to get lost.
Season 10 del New World. Oye, es verdad, es jueves. No sé si han publicado algún vídeo con el preguntas y respuestas. Igual han dicho algo nuevo. Broxa, ¿te has enterado de algo? No he mirado, sinceramente. Llevo desde el 29 de julio sin jugar. O sea, no he jugado en toda la season al New World. Pero igual hoy han dicho algo nuevo, no lo sé. Obviamente se va a parecer muy poco a esto. Pues lo miro.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm meeting Thargaster. What a lovely meeting.
I remember your various stages of disbelief with that as well, Chris. Like, we'd shoot it and then you come back and it would, you know, a layer of work had been added. You're like, oh, that's really cool. And then when you saw the final thing, I think your exact words to me were, I knew you were going to do something awesome, but that was like even more than I expected. It was, yeah.
Absolutely. A kind of personal dream of mine to perform in a video game, and getting to perform on one where it's my likeness and such a talented team behind the video game itself it was just a mind-blowing experience to watch them layer their work on top of the work that we'd done, and I at every stage thought it was a final product, and yet Ninja Theory told me there was more to come, and I just couldn't believe how amazing it all turned out in the end. The technology used as well to keep the facial data so, like, it kind of propels the fight for me, that when you see a real fight, there's so many elements of it that allow you to immerse yourself in it, and one of those is, you know, obviously emotional reactions on the face, and the fidelity that this has been done with. Even when you see Mel's face just from the side, she's still wrought with emotion, and it really helps drive the entire story of the fight.
Oh man, we recorded a lot of shouting. I mean, for every combat move, it was like custom shouting and grunting that was recorded, so I can't put a number on it, but it was a lot.
I think there's a library somewhere of about 200 different types of shouts. Maybe only
like, how
20.
many can you do?
Yeah, maybe only 20 got used. It was like...
At some point I was like running out of ideas. I was like, I think I've done like every shout that I could think of. Like, I really have no idea anymore.
How many different ways are there to scream? You guys have found them all. Like, for context, on the like actual stage side, you guys spent almost like
6 meses.
straight. If you put it all day to day, it would take about 6 months to get through everything.
Me parece muchísimo.
Just on the stage. So all the stuff that you did in, you know, in VO and for pickup.
Para grabar todo lo del, bueno, captura de movimiento, de combates y todo. De los personajes, 6 meses. Cuando ya se supone que saben todo lo que va a aparecer en el juego y lo que no. O lo que necesitan grabar. 6 meses de trabajo. Por cierto, en este combate me he dado cuenta. Bloquear no, dash. Esquivar. Es mejor, aquí no hay estamina.
We are so goofy on stage. It's like the complete opposite.
You kind of have to be. It'd be a little too dark otherwise, right?
But I mean, with that being said, it was only a pleasure to be able to work with such talented actors alongside me, that we could be goofy in between shots, but as soon as we started rolling, the atmosphere changed to what we needed it to be for that particular scene, and it was just so seamless, and it really helped me just kind of bounce off that energy.
Yeah, I think everyone got on so well. Like, the entire cast, we just had such a fun time together.
I also really loved the journey between our two characters, Mel, where we got to explore that kind of softening of a very kind of enemy relationship at the start.
Yeah.
And yeah, getting to explore that with you was amazing.
Claro, Chris es este actor.
Like tech that you wear kind of gives you a little.
La Suáshiga no caigo quién es. Alguien de los developers, supongo.
And also like just having the suit on and the desks are raised up.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
helps too.
Yeah, I love having the lights on the helmet. Like, I always know when they switch on, it's like Senua time.
Do you guys go through any specific ritual before the shooting starts? I don't know, listening to music or something that, you know, gets you focused?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I had a very...
Tenía una playlist de canciones antes de empezar.
Quite a large range, but
rodaje.
Kind of metal music to help me sort of get into this mind frame. And I mean, for me as well, all of these characters, even if they're not necessarily involved in hardship during this story, the life that they had to lead was just so much harder and so much more grueling. Just your day to day of being in Iceland at this particular time period would have been a fight for survival every single second. So to get yourself into that kind of mindset of hardship was really useful for me.
Yeah, I had a specific soundtrack that I kept listening to before, like a lot of the takes. Obviously, it depends which scene we're shooting, but it was actually from Hellblade 1, which is the...
Shadow del Uno.
So that always gets me really in the mood.
Oh yeah, I listen to a lot of Heilung as well, yeah.
Heilung, Hellblade 1 soundtracks. Yeah.
Buen dato.
Sign. What is it?
You need to understand. You need to understand.
Answer.
It is my father, Sigil.
His father.
Your father.
The gold thief.
Monster.
He's here.
Look at him.
No. But this place is his. The people here are weak. They would not survive without his help. Like you.
Does she?
Enough!
He's wounded. He won't try anything. You have to keep your eyes on.
Cambio total de escenario. También me acuerdo.
We should have thrown you overboard. I wish you had drowned like the others. Just wait till I get free.
Un vistazo por aquí por si hay algún coleccionable. Algún poste de esos. Tiene como unas animaciones muy reales del personaje al andar, de todo, incluso de girarse. Pero igual hubiera sido... Igual menos detalle, pero que fuera mucho más fluido, que metieran algo de algún tipo de loot, que te diera, aunque fuera muy simple, alguna especie como de piedras de afilar para la espada, que te diera un extra de daño o de aguante, un mínimo de loot. Pero no, es casi película interactiva. Bueno, y sí que había otro coleccionable. De momento los tengo todos.
Speaks of a man called Grettir the Strong. A strange and bloody life he led. And it happened in this land you have come to.
Creo que por haberme salido de ahí me he quedado sin la historia.
The Skald's verse speaks of a man called Grettir the Strong. A strange and bloody life he led. And it happened in this land you have come to. Listen to his story, Senua, for it may in some small way illuminate your own.
You seriously think you will survive here? You don't know this place.
He knows this place. She's so quiet.
No further. Something's wrong.
What happened here? It smells of death. He doesn't want
The settlement has fallen to the Draegar.
Oiga.
There is nothing but death beyond its gates.
I don't want to see what's in there. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Don't listen. Someone is suffering. Help me. You need to go inside. You need to help them. Someone needs your help.
Everyone is dead in there. Everyone.
Help us.
Do you want to join them?
You came here to help.
Let's go.
Listen to yourself. What is beyond there is too dark.
We are leaving. Now.
Don't give me orders, slaver. We'll find another way in.
El camino bueno era por aquí, pero
chapter
va a haber
2,
que ir por aquí.
which is set in a place called Kreisevik, is a lot more open. We wanted tonally to be very different, so obviously the time of day. You've got larger vistas and larger views, and I think this is a really good example of some of the drone-based photogrammetry for the larger scale structures that we did. So all of the background mountains and hills were all captured by either, I think, Andy, you did some of these ones, didn't you?
Some.
And Bav did some, and our guide and on-location capture expert, Chris Lund, went and did some of those for us when we were unable to get out to Iceland as well. So this is a really good example of how we've taken elements of that, we've kind of remixed it a little bit as well to give you a sense of the view that's beyond this location. And I think it really helps, again, by if you take the captures from the actual area, like they will always work together because they're from the same biome and the same location.
I think this is the nice thing about the photogrammetry process, is that depending on distance you see it from, but we can capture giant, hillsides almost of area, or we can process the smallest of tiny objects. But the process is the same. We capture it at the scale we capture it at, and then we can sort of convert it into a game asset.
In reality, I don't think you would really want to live here because it absolutely reeked.
It was pretty sulphurous there.
Yeah. I think I might have retched a few times. If you get a big lungful of it when the wind changes, it's not nice. So all of this is like volcanic mud pits all around here, which...
if you've ever overboiled an egg, I left my house for 10 minutes and forgot I had an egg on the boil and come back and the thing was smouldering black, sulphurous, disgusting stench. And this place was at least 10 times worse than that.
Hablando del olor, del tema del sulfuro.
Look there. What can you see? The mounds of earth.
You see these graves? This is how we honor our dead.
Ya sé, por aquí algún coleccionable más.
These graves are new. So many bodies. So much death. Something's happened here.
You haven't honored these graves. What happened?
I told you. Droigar.
Who are they?
They won't just kill you.
Are they from this world or another?
It is far worse. It is what they do after. They
will kill you. They will kill us.
You still have a chance to save your life if you stop now.
You must trust yourself and listen to your own mind.
Is it my life you're trying to save?
He is scared. Why? Why is he scared? He knows what they are capable of. Why would you bring him with you? Are you sure you want him? She has to hear. He will be a burden to you. But what if he escaped? What are you?
Why they built a settlement there?
We're not going to question that. But I mean, in terms of the atmosphere that it gives you, there's some really cool moments within this level where we're using the steam, and you've got the bubbling mud, and you've got the sound of the water and things like that, which really sort of helps. Andy and Ruds, so you both worked on a lot on the houses. I know there was a huge amount of process that went into the realisation of those. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we were well researched, I feel. We looked at all sorts of documentation. Our writer, Lara, she would send us documents on sort of farm life, animal husbandry, that sort of stuff. Really, quite dry reads, unfortunately. But we really dug deep into sort of how someone would have built a turf house, a traditional Icelandic turf house in the sort of 9th, 10th century. If you go on places like YouTube, there's I recommend it. There's some great videos on there. You can see people sort of, by their own description, they'll slice turf up like bits of meat and create these sort of slabs of it, and the layering up of the rocks and the sort of the hard core of rock in the center that they'll sort of tip into these sort of boundary walls. It's interesting stuff if you're a bit of an environment geek like us. But yeah, we really wanted to make these places feel tangible, you know, not just let's just put up a couple of polygonal walls, throw some junk on them and just have this sort of like wafer-thing structure. These things have depth and weight. They're solid structures. That was really important to us, that they, I mean, the player might not notice this as they run past, but there's a lot of attention and focus on those being a believable space.
And when we were out in Iceland, we also visited a couple of museums and sort of made that had made their own like faithful recreations of these processes and built these mud walls and grass roofs and everything else. So then we looked at sort of scanning or kind of capturing some of these but situationally it wasn't sort of ideal. There's a lot of interior space, there's a lot of dark areas and beams and all stuff we wanted to kind of try and recreate. So what we ended up doing is sort of taking a lot of reference photos, capturing smaller elements that we could, and then we used once back in the studio, we used procedural techniques using Houdini to recreate things like walls and how the layout of them was built. So we took the sort of patternation and the ways of building them and procedurally recreated that in Houdini. So like layering of bricks and how the roof was layered on top of the beams, and even things like scattering grass on the roofs, having tools within Unreal to angle the grass and have it all sloping off in the right directions and stuff like that along them lines. So we could then kind of build these structures in a very kind of efficient manner and have variations between them.
Yeah, they were quite the product of sort of a few different techniques. I think your wall sort of procedural work, so some of sort of the voxelized stuff you did for the roofs as well. And then obviously you got the UE foliage tools and that. And then we've got a mix of photogrammetry going in here. It's kind of like art imitating life in a way, because when you think about the sort of different materials they would resource in Iceland to build these turf houses, they'd import wood, they'd use driftwood, and in many ways of sort of scratching around different artists to use their different sort of procedural elements or photogrammetry elements and sort of cobble together our own sort of turf houses. I don't think any one in particular is the same either. They're all quite unique structures. It's similar looking because it'd be a similar building technique, right? But they're all quite unique.
And I think that's what gives it character. Like, I think we tried to theme each building, give it a little bit of a story going on. That's, important in creating our levels, is like, as you walk around, you get little snippets of what might have happened there. And
yeah, environmental storytelling is kind of underrated, I think, sometimes. But I know when I'm dressing, you've always got a narrative in your head, haven't you? In terms of making sense of where things are placed. And I think then subconsciously the player kind of absorbs that because they don't question it. So if it feels right, then the immersion stays there.
Estaba hablando de cómo hicieron el diseño de esta parte, pues si las cabañas y después importar todo esto al Unreal. Y los tejados, las paredes, la distribución de las rocas, perdón, de la paja de los tejados. Estaba hablando sobre eso. Cómo hicieron, de cómo fue el proceso. De documentarse y después pasarlo al juego. Me voy a intentar abrir todas las que pueda, pero ya sé de sobra que no va a haber loot. Creo que no había en este juego ningún tipo de loot. Lo máximo es los coleccionables. Y algún audio, quizás.
Hold your breath. The air smells thick with disease. The stench of it. She can't forget. You can never forget. That memory lurks. If you face it, the past will free you.
Era por donde estaba yendo. A ver, por aquí alguna salida. A la izquierda en la casa.
No. Don't listen. No, it's too much.
Cerrada.
She's a witch.
It's worse than you could ever imagine.
Voy a volver para atrás. Me he dejado algo seguramente. Aquí. Esto me acuerdo que ya me pasó en la primera partida. Lo recuerdo perfectamente. De entrar así en algún bucle, de no saber avanzar. Este tipo de cosas me acuerdo siempre de ellas. Quedan ahí marcadas. La frustración. De pasar de un momento ahí de que estás súper ilusionado explorando a que entres ahí en algún mapeado en bucle. O para atrás seguramente hay algo ahí que me he dejado que no he visto. Por aquí. Nada. Y puzzle.
It's him. There. He is dying again. Face it. You need to face it. Focus. You need to look at it. Face the past. There are 3.
Hay que buscar esos 3 iconos. 3 símbolos. Glifos.
Look for the signs. You will find your deepest, darkest memories. Be careful with the past. She's getting closer. Yes. She can feel it.
Uno por aquí.
You have to look at it the right way to see it fully. Face it. Focus. You found the first part, yes. 2 more to go. 2 more. Only 2.
This place will work its way into your mind.
Pero parece que es este.
Back into the past and hold you there.
Pero no desde aquí. Igual tengo que volver por donde estaba antes. Parece que hay otro. El central, que es así como una T.
She's getting closer. Yes. She can feel it. You found another part. 1 more.
Y el último.
1 more second.
Tiene pinta que lo voy a tener que ver desde el sitio donde estaba yo atrancado ahí en bucle.
You are back there now. In the worst.
Así como una K.
Look. She can feel it. Look closer.
Desde arriba.
Yes, getting closer. She can feel it.
Mira aquí.
Focus. Go through it to the other side. Focus.
Ya.
You know what's coming. You have come so far. This is the hardest part. What are you doing? Return to the gate. Use the symbol. Use it.
You think you understand? You will never understand.
Where are we now?
Where are you? Here, Senua is remembering the house she grew up in, the place where her mother lived. Now, her mother, Galina, was a healer, a wise woman, but someone who shared something in common with Senua in that they both could see beyond the veil, as Galina puts it, i.e., they both have experiences of psychosis. So that was always a point in common between them, and Galina was really the only person in Senua's life who've ever really kind of truly understood those experiences. So she has a really strong link with her mother, and going to this village, this settlement, reminds her so strongly of home, because the way the Droiga have destroyed this settlement is so similar to the way the Viking raiders destroyed their village, that it really throws Senua back into this connection with her mother and a memory of everything that she's lost. And then she finds her mirror here, which gives her that little extra advantage in combat, the ability to focus on the enemies and to see them more clearly.
Ah, una especie de visión de estas a los Assassins. No me acuerdo de esto tampoco. Una concentración que te permite igual ver dónde hay enemigos.
The Northmen are coming.
Supongo.
They are coming for you.
Remember what they did to you.
O para atacarlos, no sé.
How your village
Combat focus is the only sort of like new mechanic that we have in the game that we give to the player, and this fight is supposed to be like a tutorial.
No, esto se iba cargando.
Of that, so it's like a throwback to the mirror in Hellblade 1, and we introduce a new enemy type that actually forces you to use the mechanic.
Ah, exacto. Le dabas a la y entraban lo de los combos que decían.
Classic, hey,
Furias.
Focus, hint.
And the nightmares were the variation of the enemies you come across in the chapter.
Yeah, well, they're based on the slaver enemies, but we gave them some new attack animations to just make them feel a bit more unique. But they share all the hit reactions and the core animation set. Yeah, the VFX team did a great job making these guys look very unique, but also very satisfying to hit. You can see the shards of glass sort of like expand outwards from your strike direction and then get sucked back into the body. And then when you explode them using focus, that's also like very, very satisfying. I think the audio as well is very, very crunchy and very, very well done.
Una barra de furia entonces, una ultimate ahí se va cargando con el combate. No sé si es con el daño que hago yo o con el que me hacen a mí.
All that she lost, tearing at her with dead hands and eyes of fire. Her village, just cinders now. The past is never past.
Did you think you could escape your past, Senua. You tried,
Va a tirones esta parte.
didn't you?
She can't forget.
Cinemática pocha.
You can never forget.
You thought you got away.
No.
You thought you left it behind in hell.
Dillion, you're Dillion. You're lovely.
Esas no muy buenas.
But you will never be free of
His
this.
pain, his suffering.
However far you go, it will hold you forever in darkness.
It's the only way. Take your darkness with you. It's yours. Be in control of it.
You will never leave your past behind. It binds you here.
You'll drown in the memory of him.
Hellblade.
She will be lost in grief forever.
You've seen this one, right? You've seen this one.
I think so. Main costume.
Main costume. This has got a big story.
So good. It's so good.
This has got a big story.
I mean, Senua's been busy making her outfit.
She's been, And here we have
from the shipwreck. It's like
we have the.
No es el mismo.
I know.
And this is the way we have the headpiece because
Yeah.
so it's like keeping that familiarity with Senua.
Yeah.
From the first game, but making it like a more of a functional. It's just made for
Headpiece,
function basically.
Yeah. Keep her hair
It's
out,
not
yeah.
like she's trying to be a warrior or anything at this point. It's
Yeah.
just a functional, keeping that hair away from the face.
Yeah.
And also helps us handle the hairline better in
Yes, I mean it
Which
looks
is
cool.
nice.
But it is still in sync with number one, you know. So yeah.
And she's got, you can't really see it on here until you get close in cutscenes, but she's got all like the Pictish symbology on the side
On
of
the
it
sides,
as well.
yeah.
Remember we sort of
Well,
was
you
burning it or carving it?
You did.
Did I burn it?
Yeah,
I
it was
can't
so
remember.
good.
I was doing some burning.
You
or
did
something.
burn the symbols in the front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the Triskel.
Yeah.
The Triskel. Yeah. So we burned that in, but on the sides it's got loads of other Pict
Patterns.
symbols
Yeah,
in there as well. And that was a nightmare to make. You know the stitches on the. Do you remember when you did all these stitches on the shoulders? And I was like, "This looks so cool, Jess." This is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, 'cause
Están hablando, claro.
I can't remember.
Están hablando del diseño, de la ropa que ha cambiado,
Draw me a diagram.
Yeah, but that was
How
on
it's del naufragio.
Warrior.
Está hablando de las costuras, todo eso, lo que costó hacerla.
On the one that we did.
Está muy detallado, la verdad.
So it's not on here. So on the, do you remember because you had, it took you so long to get that.
I think I
tool.
just did it. Yeah.
So these ones, they're just straight stitches we did.
Yeah.
We just did that sort of like overlap.
I bet even that was a nightmare.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah.
But it adds to
More
it.
stitches.
Yeah. No, it really adds to it.
It
though,
looks
'cause you
amazing.
see them in the silhouette.
Yeah.
You can see that it's got real stitches rather than like baked in.
Do you remember the debate where the headpiece should sit? Like
Yeah.
we were like moving it by millimeters to find like the correct
On the
position. It's like should it be
the
just above the
Y es verdad que tiene el.
midway? Should we show a bit of hairline, no hairline? Like just kept moving it like up and down.
So good.
Pues eso, estaban hablando de la skin del que lleva ahora mismo Senua. Todo lo que le costó hacer, que si las puntas de los hombros, que si la posición de la diadema. Está muy detallado. Tiene mucho detalle.
Goddess Freya. It was Freya.
Y todo tiene físicas.
What is that?
Maravilloso. Creo que hay otro coleccionable. ¿Me suena? ¿O me lo he pasado? Sí, mira aquí. Otro tótem.
The skalds say
No me he dejado ninguno de momento.
a nearby farm was plagued by hauntings. A shepherd called Glamour was killed by some evil force, found dead in the snow, bloated and black. His body could not be taken to burial because he was held fast to the ground. So it was left 3 days after his death. The body was missing.
Pero ahora mismo lo estoy jugando con 2 mods, son los únicos que le voy a poner, que es el que me quita las franjas negras, esa especie de modo película, no me agrada demasiado en un juego que luce tan bien. Y el otro es el del FOB, la distancia, eso, bueno, la amplitud que puedes llegar a ver con el personaje. He subido el FOB bastante además. Repercute en cuanto a consumos, pero es que sea muchísimo mejor no estar el personaje ahí tan encima de la cámara, tan encima del personaje. O sea, el FOB y las bandas negras de arriba y abajo se las he quitado. Son los únicos 2 mods que tiene y le voy a poner. Pero lo vi necesario. Es lo mismo lo de las franjas esas negras que otro juego era. Cada vez que lo juego tengo que instalarle eso. El Devil Within, el 1. Creo que el 2 ya no las traía, que ya se las quitaron para siempre. Y este es verdad, este es otro coleccionable. Creo que del estilo, a contar una historia o algo. Y cada puntito ese del árbol era una historia. Así también sabes, te has dejado alguna atrás.
In all the places of the earth, they know that the gods and spirits affect man's path. All the misfortune that befalls me lies ahead of you. You have eyes to see. You see their presence and their power. Keep your eyes open, traveler, and you might see their faces.
Son más amigables que los tótems. No me acordaba de ellos ya. Qué lástima hasta ahora. Obviamente ya lo he jugado y tal, pero es que vuelvo a reforzar mi opinión del juego. Es un juego que es de otra época. Todo es el futuro de los videojuegos, pero claro, hace solo una parte. Porque si hace más, el juego explota. El juego explotaría ya si empezamos a poner sistemas de looteo, de coleccionables de otra forma, un combate más elaborado, que si él va a hacer un HUD, que si barra de vida, tal, el juego explota. Pero esto es la mitad, un cuarto de los juegos del futuro. Así será. Porque a día de hoy es que sigue sin haber ninguno así. Lo más parecido sería el de The Stranding 2 en PlayStation. Habrá que ver en PC hasta dónde llega. Pero claro, el de The Stranding ya te da un paso más. Tema de exploración, libertad. Aunque sigo diciendo, yo creo que este se vea un pelín mejor. Hasta que yo lo he jugado, sí, lo he jugado en la 5 Pro. Por lo cual se supone que allí ya lo estoy viendo bien.
That scream, that voice, something dark, Senua.
Ah, una maravilla.
Don't let them see you coming. You need to find out. Don't let the monsters find you. You can do this.
Creo que también tiene modo foto. Ni lo he probado. No sé si lo traía el primero, el original, vamos. Tremendo, ¿eh? A ver, foto. ¿Dónde se hace la foto? Mira, no sé el botón de sacar foto. Bueno. Con Steam me vale. Precioso. A ver, no, quiero mirar una cosa más, a ver si hay total libertad. Ah, solo sería Senua. ¿Ah? Hola, sí, mirando para la luna. Ostras. Not bad. ¿Me dejas subirla? No. Pues está bien. Completico. Para gente que hace las miniaturas para YouTube, está muy bien. Ahora mismo todo el mundo está haciéndolas con IA ya.
As a child, scared of the night, her mother's soft voice calmed her. But now, she's alone. And there's more to fear than just the darkness. There are ghosts that walk in the noonday sun. Monsters that climb out from under the bed. Some shadows can't just be dispelled with light. Some shadows don't want to scare you. They want your blood, your flesh, your life. But the voices are calling.
He dicho que lo del espejo creía que era para ver los enemigos, pero en principio creo que no. Salvo que ahora de repente cuando haya enemigos le dé a la E y también haga el efecto. No, lo del espejo era para acumular el tema ese de la Ultimate, el modo furia.
They're calling. Something is drawing you. Keep moving towards it. The glow of the light. Go quietly. Slowly. Il Toiga. What does that mean? What does that mean? It's terrifying. So beautiful. You can sense the evil here.
Yeah, but this is part of a ritual. What Senna was approaching. So yeah, this is a cannibalistic camp performing a ritual to summon Iltaga. And here we see, yeah, the first one. There's the victim. Yeah, but when we were trying to find the look and feel for these guys, yeah, first we've got that ritual, and then we were looking at, you know, how they just like caked themselves in the geysers, you know, the mud that you see in the geysers, and painted themselves in it with blood and that stuff, that mud. So that was first thing, but we couldn't emulate that in CG. We found it very, very difficult to just sculpt that stuff. So we ended up taking one of the ninjas, Jim, up to a scanning chute and with Gab, and we covered him in real clay.
In clay, rope, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, branches and all that.
An interesting thing is that clay was quite cold, which I hadn't factored in. So when we were putting it onto Jim, it was absolutely freezing. And he stormed me. He just went on like a trooper. But yeah, I never considered that it would be so cold. And it was very thick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And yeah, I got an assortment of tree branches and sort of like vines and things like this, which I'd found in a woodland near my house. And we wrapped him in that stuff and scanned him. Oh, and we put do you remember the black ink?
Yeah, we put the black ink for the textures and all.
In his mouth. Do you remember in his teeth?
Yeah.
What was that? Do you remember what that? It wasn't ink, was it? It was like a food coloring, maybe. I can't remember.
I think with Jet.
Colorante alimenticio de color negro.
Something like that.
Ah, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
It was the
Snazaro.
Snazaroo. It's called Snazaroo. The yeah, you just dilute it with water, and that was in his mouth, so it went into all the little crevices in his teeth. I mean, he deserved a medal for what we did to him that day. But yeah, ultimately we scanned it, and then put it into game.
He had some variations as well, right? That Trover.
Yeah, there's the fire breather version, which came a little bit later. But what we wanted to do with that is like make him sort of a wolf. a wolf in feel. She's got this like long hair.
The wolf skull, the fur.
skull.
Yeah.
You did the wolf skull, didn't you?
Yeah,
You
the
sculpted
fur and all that.
Yeah. Then that kind of just. Then as he blew the fire, it felt like it was coming out of the skull, which is really cool. As part of the ritual.
Yeah, we use Jim as a base for the other ones as well, right? Even for the treatment that we get from the scan.
That's
and
it.
then we use on the other ones to have the same unifying aspect on all of them.
That's true. Yeah, because that clay, sometimes we did like a thick version and then we took it off and let it dry and crack, and then we did a thinner version. So there's like multiple shoots. I don't know how many scans we did, maybe 4?
Yeah.
In total?
Yeah, 4 races on.
Full body? Yeah. I mean, a part of the drog as well is like when she's approaching the camp, hearing that something not great is happening over there. And it just builds that tension, seeing this bit now where, they're just taking some of the slaves to be killed is really tense. Yeah. And the whole ambience of it with Heilung as well, with the throat singing, and just adds to this lurking menace.
He knows her. He feels us, reaching out to us in the dark. You have to help him, Senua. This is our quest. This is our destiny. Our mission.
Senua, would you give your life for these outsiders?
In my darkest hour, it was an outsider who saved me.
This man, his kin killed yours. You should want his blood, not to give him aid. Oh, you have lost your way.
Explicando también de cómo consiguieron los diseños. Estos Draugr creo que se llamaban. Las bestias. Te dijeron el nombre como de un tinte negro. Snasser o algo así. Claro, no me he quedado muy bien con el nombre. Voy a verlo. Existe, supongo que sí. No es algo fabricado.
I can't look. Horrible. It's too much. What are they doing to her? Dragging her away. Taking her. No, don't. Look what they do to those who fight. They see you, will destroy you limb from limb. Don't let them see you yet. It's not time. You have to get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. It's not too late to turn back. You can always turn back.
So, what we wanted to achieve beyond the music, it was kind of a ritualistic scenario that feels very tactile, like feels that is happening. In the middle of the arena, there is this chanting with this drum that actually is driving a lot. The tension is driving the VFX, and it's keeping that heartbeat of the ritual that gets bigger and bigger. So I think to achieve that to the maximum immersion possible, what I wanted with the music is to support that beat, to support that brutality and raw of this ritual made by these druggers, which are these characters that are kind of feral and unhinged in a way, right? And they are cannibals. And you want to feel all that in the screams, in the choreography of the... And I think it's coming through. And it feels very immersive also because it's coming through the acoustics of the space. Like we use Triton, which is it's a technology that allows us to create... I don't want to get complicated on this, but basically, whatever sound happens inside of Triton, it will sound inside the real acoustic.
Hostia, qué bueno.
Real, or as close as possible. And I think feeling the music in that kind of stone quarry that is carved and rebounding, and the main priest, which is Ren, and if you guys are interested, you can find him in YouTube, Ren Van Terul, I think it's called, and he's this throat singer.
Incredible.
He's incredible. And hearing his voice resonating in the space, it makes it feel so powerful. And being 3D, the whole music is 3D. So as you rotate and you move, the music moves with you, and you get closer to the drum, you get farther to the drum, so you feel you are closer to the shaman, and it brings you that dynamism, and it keeps it fresh. If the music was static and flat, I think the experience will not be the same. If the music was not living in the space, the experience will not be the same. If the chantings were not done by people that know how to use so well her body to so physical, it will not be the same. So I think every element of the audio just amplify that idea of this is a ritual made by cannibals that is raw.
Yeah, for me, like when I was playing that section, the whole thing felt like an orchestra. Like there was the music, of course, coming in with the throat singing. Then there was the sound of the swords clashing with your enemy, the enemy screaming in the air. You know, everything felt like an orchestra for me. You know, when I played it and when I was putting the headphone.
I think that's a very good way of describing it. It's a very nice dance, right, between a lot of elements.
Yeah, but I mean, we mentioned more than once that, especially many fights, many combat moments, we treat them almost like music video clip. So I think this and the one obviously in the village, the fight in the village, they are a good example of a fight where the music is almost the protagonist.
Bueno, no sabía yo de ese software, Triton. O sea, te sirve para meter audio adicional en el juego, o sea, pistas nuevas de audio, y hace como que se sienta como que está más integrado al sonido que ya hay. Como que te lo añade al juego, pero no un copia y pega, vamos. Y también dio el nombre, otra vez no me he quedado bien, no tengo nada para apuntar ahora cerca, el nombre del artista que hace esos cantos guturales.
Each one he killed in turn rose to
Rey Banceus o algo así se llamaba.
Thus evil begets evil. But the man Grettir was proud and overbearing, and thought the Droiger no match for his strength.
Será el coleccionable de esta zona. Me voy.
Butchering, slaughtering. I thought it couldn't get any worse. How could you make them stop? What are they? It's too much. What are they? It's just too much. They're not human. They can't be. They're monsters.
A rite of blood and fire. You will never understand this power. Something is coming.
You have to. She has no choice. There's no other path. But he will drown
whose voice cuts through the chaos. He is her next sign, the next step on her path. She will bathe in blood, her sword will sing, and she will free him. The dark triumph.
She has a sword! She's fighting back! Yes, get up and fight! Fight for your life!
This fight changed layout multiple times. Originally there was like a big stone pillar in the middle and you would just go into the ritual and interrupt it, and then we had to figure out how to make the AI work with like a big obstacle in the middle, and that caused a lot of problems. So we ended up simplifying. But here's the thing where you see all of the different combat systems really come together for the first time, because you have Senua, you have different enemy types, and then you have people in the background and all the events that are driven by the combat director system in a way that you haven't seen before in the other two fights, right? So this is where you get to experience, I think, the combat director in its full cinematic glory for the first time. So we did a lot of different little events and interrupts and different kills to get all those transitions looking nicely and to have a big library of things. So if you play the fight twice, you might not see the exact same events play in the exact same way. So this was our first big test for the combat director vision that we had for the game.
You want to talk about the secret that we put on the axe drawer? Like if you would have put the focus mode, you would have, like throw back the axe. You would have catch it in the air and just throw it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's actually in the game.
Temática que va floja,
Kind of like a trick that if you're good enough, you can learn.
Someone find out, because I remember
they
saw
posted on
Twitter.
Twitter. The other thing I think which is really interesting was this is the first time you've seen the fire breather, and a lot of people had difficulty to dodge the attacks.
Yeah.
And I remember Ben, our combat director, was always saying, roll left, roll to the left. It's just
Well, I think it's tricky because it's an enemy that sort of like asks you to dodge in the right direction. So it's the first enemy that tests that. So there are some right answers and wrong answers, right? If he does the long speed, you're supposed to dodge left and right, but if he does kind of like the close range, you're supposed to dodge back. And we went through a lot of like iteration on the size of the hitboxes and the timing, but fire is kind of like hard to read because it has like a very fluid shape. It doesn't have like a but I think we're happy where we ended up. I think it's fine to have some enemies that feel a bit trickier than others, and hopefully as you fight them multiple times throughout the game, you'll learn the right way to respond to those attacks.
Yeah, we had some discussion about, like a lot between me and Juan, about how we can telegraph better attacks and stuff to make it more understandable, and there was always this fight of finding this middle ground between cinematic, obviously, and satisfying, and also a bit game design friendly, so it gives you some information to understand what you have to do. And obviously it's super hard to find.
It's a tricky balance because we didn't want to be too gamey.
Yeah.
We want to keep you immersed, and also our fights happen most of the time in like very low visibility conditions. Lots of fog in the dark, very dramatic contrast lighting.
It's Hellblade.
So enemies in general are hard to read, and they're fast, right? They don't have super long wind-ups. So it was always tricky to try to telegraph those things to the player.
And at the end of this arena, like you would see that priest, and priest used to be a boss. This character used to be like a boss that you would fight towards the end, and we did a shoot for him, and we started putting together moves. Ultimately, it was just like too much. Like we're already introducing like 4 new enemies through this fight. That's a lot for the player to take in. So we ended up taking the priest and sort of like breaking him into smaller movesets that then became all the different rocks or a few of them that you see here.
She is coming. Can you feel her? She can feel it. Something from the other world is coming. Get out! Run! Find out.
What do we do? Run! Eat Tiger! Run!
We were lucky. Come on.
It all just stopped.
Yeah, it's daybreak. She'll have to hide from the light now. But she will hunt us. Find our trail as soon as she can. You're not safe now. Let's go.
So I remember this obviously had to be a spectacle, but we wanted to save our reveal of Iltoga for later. So we did everything we could on this scene to sell the moment with effects and audio. So really explicitly linking Iltoga here to the geothermal activity that inspired her. So the cracking of the ground and the explosions, these could be a giant, or they could be, a geothermal explosion. And that's really Iltoga. In a nutshell, she's the forces of nature personified, a threat that you can't explain and can't understand until you give it this name and this presence. I think our depiction of the giants, they come from this place of attributing natural forces to a persona, but we also drew from Norse sources to come up with this. If you look at the giants, the Jotun in Norse mythology, they're not all bad and they're not all good and they don't all look a certain way. They're actually not even all giant. They are just a different group of strong creatures that live side by side with the gods, sometimes even, marry them. And they can take all sorts of different shapes. So we thought, well, that we're basically unlimited in our depiction of them. So what suits the story best? And because we've got this theme of how people attribute, I don't know how to say this, people's beliefs can change their perceptions. So we wanted to harness that theme for the giants, show how they represent fear of the natural world, fear at forces that you can't control.
And like you were saying, when you get that creature and you see it, it's unexpected for it to be so complex. In her mind, you just think it's going to kill you, but she's got so much behind her backstory. And when you see that, you kind of feel really sorry for her as well, on what's happened to her. And that's unexpected because, in other media, you see that creature, it's just going to just try and kill you for whatever reason. But in here, we've got more of a background to it.
Seleccionable aquí. Yo recuerdo que se iluminaban, no sé si es que están iluminados ya por la partida que tenía antes. Partida anterior.
Trapped by his enemies, who set a serpent above to drip venom on his face. His wife, Sigyn, sits beside to catch the venom in a bowl, but when she must leave to empty it, the poison falls unabated. His pain is so great that he thrashes and writhes. And here above, we see the earth shake and break apart.
I need to return home to my people.
Go with him. He can help you.
If you come with me, I will offer you what help I can. But I have to warn you, the creature stalks my village. We can offer you refuge for a time, but not safety.
You've seen her before.
They have no hope.
To my cost. To everyone's cost. She haunts this
They
land,
have lost
from here to
everything.
my village in Red Hills.
If we go with him, she will find us. We will find her. Maybe you can fight her, Senua.
Aquí está otro coleccionable más.
Skalds say that Grettir fought and killed the Droiger Glamour. But not before Glamour had cursed him. His strength would be turned against him. His deeds bring death and exile. And he would be always before Grettir's eyes, making him afraid to be alone. He saw all sorts of phantoms wherever he looked. And thus, people who see things that aren't there are said to have Glamour's eyes.
Hay una piedra para que se sentase mientras yo voy por el coleccionable. Maravilloso. Y este pueblo de aquí, este poblado más bien de aquí, es por donde he pasado. He pasado antes, lo que he atravesado. Ahora volvemos de nuevo, supongo que para pillar al prisionero.
As a slave, I have the slave master tied down there.
He brought you here. The master. Maybe he escaped. We don't know his name. We do now.
I didn't ask his name.
Þorkistur of Borgarvirki.
There. We need to go there. He knows.
He knows. You know it? Can you tell me how to get there?
Yes, but why would you want to go there? They'll kill you. Worse.
You need to go there, Senua. Don't doubt. Don't be a coward. He can help you. He will show you the way. You don't need that monster. What was the name? Thorkester.
By the gods. Oh, what a terrible thing this is. The Draugr were always savage. This is worse than I ever thought possible.
Do you want to talk a bit about that, the one camera rule that you mentioned, and sort of where that came from and the reasons behind it?
Yeah, that goes all the way back to Hellblade, the original. That was a one-shot game, and we wanted to keep that all the way through. The idea is that the camera and the player is supposed to feel like some sort of entity in Senua's life. It could be a third Fury or something else. You know, it's just supposed to make the game feel very personal to Senua. The camera is always supposed to feel like part of her psyche, and it just makes for a more seamless experience. Like, you've got cuts in, it becomes more of a movie, and this is supposed to be something a little different. Other films do it, like 1917.
Yeah, they only had 7 cuts or something like that.
Yeah, and they're pretty well hidden, I think, if I remember right. And there's other films that do it, and we were very inspired by films like that, and just really wanted to carry that through to all of Senua's games. So this is one of our transitionary cutscenes, which we've used throughout Hellblade 2 to move from one area to another seamlessly. to sort of keep the narrative going without any cuts and keep our one-shot camera rule going. So we need to move from, well, this will be the end of chapter 2 and we're going to move into chapter 3, and we need to get rid of all of chapter 2's assets and this environment that we've just been playing in, and we need to load in all of chapter 3's assets. So we've got a few of these in the game, but this one in particular, we are just panning up into the clouds, getting the environment and characters out of shot. And now we are in that whiteout, we're getting rid of all the old stuff and bringing in all the new stuff. We're just going to zoom in with this fly cam and we're going to find Senua and her friends again.
So it's basically a sneaky way to hide when you're loading stuff in.
Yes, absolutely. But also,
Mis peores enemigas, las pantallas de carga.
trying to do it in a nice way that
Buen recurso, buen
sticks with
recurso.
the style of Hellblade. So one shot, nothing jarring. And like I said, we've got a few.
Así se hace un videojuego, joder. Mucho más fino que una pantalla de carga, obviamente.
I led my people here, promised them a new life, an escape from the madness and misery across.
Y se cuenta una historia,
For some time we were happy.
no con pantallas de carga.
Until him.
But then the volcano and the darkness came.
The monster started enslaving people.
Each tiger stalks my settlement when night falls. She tramples our crops and kills what little life.
So Red Hills or Raudhula, am I saying that right? It's a strange place, isn't it? Because it's so close to Reykjavik that you can basically, it's surrounded by roads, and then you've got like an industrial estate over the back there.
Definitely. Yeah, an awful lot of warehouses here.
Yeah, we spent a few days there, didn't we, capturing everything we like the look of. And it was sort of a place where we sort of, some of us did photogrammetry for the first time, or were practicing it in the field for the first time, and starting to, well, hopefully get good at it. I think the results when we got home were quite nice in the end.
This is a good example of how we've had to take the area and kind of expand it a lot. Fortunately, a lot of the formations and rocks around there kind of lent itself to kind of that. You can get a lot of variation out of it.
Yeah, definitely. I think certainly when I was there, it was probably one really, really productive afternoon, actually. I think I captured probably 12 to 14 rock sets. And yeah, it's from that we ended up sort of getting a good chunk of stuff that, you know, of really high detail close-up rock sections that we could use again and again throughout.
One of the things, though, in this earlier section with Fargrim's village was that we really had to tear it apart and show that Iltauga had devastated this village. You know, just show her powerful, spiteful nature. So that's something we didn't necessarily have that initially. We'd created this area, and it was a little bit later we thought, you know, we really want to gouge big holes out of the ground and really destroy everything, make it super clear just how powerful she was and, you know, what you're coming up against here as you play.
It's a really good example of the amount of iteration that can go into some levels as well. I know
Definitely.
this went through an awful lot of transformations over a lot of different milestones.
I can't remember how many versions of this level there were. There's like absolute tons, wasn't there? And certainly, I think I joined on the second half of this level, so from the hilltop downwards, I guess. And that section, I think when I got to it, we just ripped it out and started again. Which was cool, you know, it's got to be right, you know. So whatever version you end up doing of it, you know, that comes out in the final game, I think it's yeah, you know, it just goes through so much change throughout the whole process.
Well, the chase coming up here is in another one of those things where we iterated upon it so often. We had so many versions of it over the course of about a year, and actually what we ended up with sort of came in quite late, really. It was there was a real collaboration between environment art and design and VFX. We had quite a small team, really, all working together really closely to try and drive this scene forward and make it work.
Les ha mencionado el personaje que estábamos con él. Lo de Reykjavik, creo que fue un sitio que me dijo el otro día que estuvimos en directo enseñando el Google Earth. Fue Urimas, que me dijo de que cuando estuvo en Islandia estuviera allí, como que era la ciudad principal o algo así. Casualidad. No hace ni un mes que hablábamos de ese pueblo de Islandia. Casualidades.
Grettir's kinsman Thorgrim, there was a terrible famine. No crops could be grown, and the fish fled the nets. It lasted years, and the people were desperate. There was no respite even in spring, since terrible gales from the north would rise up and set in for weeks. This is a cold and unforgiving land, Senua.
Bueno, pues aquí apartados otros 2 coleccionables. ¿Se habrá alguno más? Vuelvo ya con... Y lo de Reykjavik no lo dijeron los personajes, lo dijo... Claro, lo dijo uno de los devs. Ahí están los 2. Mira por aquí, por si acaso. Tampoco me voy a cegar mucho a encontrar todos los coleccionables. No es que sean muy difíciles en este juego, pero... Mi intención es eso, volver a pasármelo, ver en qué cosas que han cambiado, mejorado, y aprender algún detallito de estos que cuentan los devs.
Gods, what a ruin. Where is everyone?
On the rocks. High. Safe. Rito, I can't reach them.
You should have joined us when we offered you the chance.
There is no honor in the path you've chosen.
Say that again, old man, and I'll gut you like a fish.
Thorgestur, have a look around you. Have a thought as to who your real enemy is.
What does he mean? Who is the real enemy?
The giants are the real enemy.
No honor. He said there was no honor in the enslaver's path.
Which path did he choose?
This place has secrets.
She needs to find out.
She can see the thread that binds the world, can feel its hidden pulse, and knows when that pulse quickens. She feels it now, a tremor on her skin, a being taking shape. Something is coming.
Rising from beneath the earth. He knows. He can sense it too. Can you feel it?
Can she?
She can feel it. She brings the rage.
Did you feel that?
She's coming. It's coming.
Wait.
Iltoiga.
Iltoiga.
She destroyed and she will destroy again. He knows.
She's here.
You need to run. Run! Run!
She's here. Let's go. Get to the hills!
She will take you! She's screaming our name. She is hunting us!
You went through quite a lot of iteration on the concepts for Saga, didn't you? Just trying
Quite
to
a
get
lot.
that right.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth because we had that idea with the contortion, the pain and suffering, and how that comes through the body, like the cracking and the kind of the feel of that anger and pain. So we thought that would be a good fit for her movement, which you don't see yet. But when you finally get that reveal, it makes it even creepier and weirder to see her like that.
I think one of the things you did best there was retaining the humanity, like especially in the eyes. You can see the pain and the suffering, and Senua can make that connection, and the player can make that connection that there is a real kind of human presence behind the monstrous.
Yeah, that's super important to have that. Just like some of the first things we can even get is like something audio, something from the audio. In this case, yeah, that was one of the first things, having that scream and like then seeing that pain on her face and like putting that through character. Because a scream is so full body in. It kind of comes right from the stomach and up and through. So if you can imagine that, it's like we wanted that all the way through the body. It's just like anguish. And then you put like fire involved with that. It's pretty painful, so you're getting that through there as well. There's two things. She kind of always was. She's gone through different ages, like getting her age right. Because she had the baby and it's like, how old was she going to be? Sometimes they had children quite young. So it was like, we wanted her quite young, then we went a bit older, and then kind of... So there was a lot of back and forth, and then we got Claudia, who did the contortion performance capture. And then she sat about right, so we used her in there. But yeah, it's always been like the essence was always there, but then trying to find something that made sense was really difficult because she's in a volcanic environment, she's been burnt, so it's like, what clothes is she going to have? Well, she's not going to have a dress on and a hat, you know what I mean? Because she's pretty burnt up, so it's like getting these considerations and like, so it's trying to bring some sort of meaning to it, like what side did she finally die on? Like what side did she rest on? And I kind of had that in mind. So one side of her is kind of really gone, like really like broken down to the bone, and the other side there's a bit more flesh on there. So it's like again what you said, keeping that humanity, that bit of something resembling human that you can relate to, while still having the monster, and adding the narrative bits on how it might have happened. It's a lot to balance, but yeah.
Actually, Lara, I had one question.
Yeah.
When Iltaga comes up, for a few seconds she says we're monsters.
Yeah.
Did she meant herself and Senua, or herself and other giants?
What she means is Senua and herself.
Obvio.
It's a sense that because Ilsoga is linked to Senua in that way, in that Senua can see herself as a monster because for a long time she thought she bore this curse that she was dangerous to people. So there is that very strong sense of a shared monstrosity between them, and that's why Senua can empathize so well with Iltoga, linking herself to Senua in that moment.
And then what she later does with Gordy and stuff like that, is she a monster? Yeah. Or is she not? That's the ultimate thing, isn't it? The decision.
Nothing is impossible.
No, there is no way.
He is right. We cannot kill the giant.
The gods cannot be killed.
You can't. You deserve this.
Why did you come here, Senua? To stop the slavers.
You thought you were helping them.
And now you are stranded. Stay. You can't stop them. You can't kill the giant. You can't stop them.
I will. I will kill the giant.
You can't.
I think the kind of genesis for this level was we wanted to connect this notion that Senua is, because of her past, because of the events in the first game with her father, she's kind of uniquely situated to be able to challenge the notion that the giants can't be killed. And we wanted the birch ritual kind of connects the past with the present. So she goes into the birch ritual thinking, I've killed a god before. I think I can kill the giants. And then her self-doubt and her guilt in the form of the shadow come back to remind her that no, she can't do this. So I think for me the birch ritual is the process of Senua remembering how she challenged that authorial voice of kind of religious authoritarianism and stood up against it and broke through it, and how that's what she needs to do again. She needs to show people that this lie about the giants can't be defeated is the same kind of lie as you have to appease the gods. And famously in the first game, Senua says, "Fuck the gods." And I think this is her drawing that line from there to a point where she can say, "Fuck the giants," or at least find a different way of defeating the giants. But so we really lent heavily on the shadow and the absolutely amazing Stephen Hartley, who was the voice for this, just to build up that link to the past. So you'll see Senua basically being told that she's worthless, told that she's nothing, told that she can't do anything, and it's her challenging that. And we, through the design team, did an amazing job of taking that idea and then crafting a level where essentially you need to turn away from your father's voice and find the right path of your own choosing.
It is not so easy to banish me, child.
You can't beat me down anymore.
My path is the only one. I'm lost and broken.
You can't hurt me.
You will submit to me, or you will die here.
I won't let you stop me.
You will never find your way through this nightmare. You're always blinded by your madness, your curse. Just listen to me, Senua. I speak for the gods. The only way to appease them is with sacrifice.
I think visually how we chose to represent that as well was the light and the shattering. It's like you're shattering the lies and sort of finding the path that sort of takes you away from that. Initially we had no combat in this level as well, but it just felt as though it was lacking something, so we added a couple of the sort of shatter enemies into this, because it's sort of very in keeping with the themes. You'll notice as well, if you walk right up to the shatter blockers, you see different parts of Senua reflected in them. It's kind of just a little kind of nod back to it's her own internal struggle that she's sort of fighting through. So objectively, yeah, this is something she's kind of thinking about. It's a very internal kind of moment that she's going through. So yeah, it's the sort of the shadow combined with sort of her memories of Zimble a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, I think to me the shadow is sending these enemies out to remind her that she can't succeed, she can't win, and she really has to find the strength to do that, to move on. And by the end of the section, she comes away with it with a real sense of purpose and resolution that, you know, she does have the agency to continue her fight. She does have what it takes to find a way to defeat the giants and move on.
Who is the physical figure of the shadow that we see? Is that an actual character that we created?
Yeah, it is a character. He's such a kind of construction of Senua's past, though. He doesn't really have any agency apart from as that reminder of her father, of the shadow that hangs over her. So he really only comes to her in very dark moments, and he's always that reminder of her failings and her faults and weaknesses.
Yeah, you obviously see him kind of in chapter 2, kind of before the Dillian scene. You also see him at the start of chapter 1 at the top of the climb, when she's obviously doubting why she's even come to this place. So it's that representation. One of the things with the hooded figure was we didn't want to do another 3 lateral scan. We didn't want to do a full character model. So, you know, we wanted just this almost faceless, hooded presence, which actually I think works much better for the concept of the shadow. You don't want a kind of real rendered face in there that you can kind of attach a different meaning to. It works better as being faceless.
Shape you, give you strength. Be my daughter again.
Lo que estoy siguiendo es abrir con el fuego los cristales. Si en el fondo hay sombra roja, me voy por otro lado.
You will never find your way through this nightmare.
Siempre hay un camino que no tiene esa sombra roja al final.
It's time to give up, child. Leave this land.
No. What you did to me, I see it here. They are cowed like I was. Lost like I was. Believing what they're told. Sacrifices. Spilling blood for a lie.
I speak the truth.
So is the hooded figure Senua's father?
In a way. This is not for me to say, but it's, to me, it's the version of her father that she's taken away with her and taken on the road, basically. Our construction of a version of her father that she's carried with her. Yeah, and of course, the kind of the scene at the end of the ritual is a callback to the sacrifice of Senua's mother, but instead of Galena, we see Senua there, and this is really we had a lot. Well, I'm not going to say fun with this, but it was a moment for Mel to really give everything she's got, just in that determination. Like, I love the kind of icy calmness that she resolves this scene on. I think she did a spectacular job. We've gone from that kind of overwhelming agony to this very cold, very determined, very purposeful Senua. And yeah, I think that side of her is something that we really brought out in Saga.
You may have noticed this was a scene we used for one of our GDC tech demos as well, when we were working with Epic and 3Lateral to test out the facial technology.
I just think it's amazing that actors can be in a completely empty room. And in this scene, Mel was, I think, had her hands behind a pole, like a scaffolding pole.
Yeah.
You know, and she's just emoting
Yeah.
so much with really nothing to go on.
Yeah, incredible.
The transition from the birch ritual back out to the top of the hill was one of the first transitions we did, actually, and it was quite successful. Actually, it was pretty seamless, and it kind of gave us the confidence that we could do more of these, really nice blends from one environment to another. We actually teleport the character at that point, so we basically dial down all the lighting and get it sort of the same in both scenes, teleport her out, restream in the previous level, and sort of fade everything back up. Which we did quite a few times across the game in the end, which sort of really keeps that immersion and that ongoing story.
I remember the bug. That it wasn't really dark enough, and you could see the switch. The world is switching, but we had to make it really dark for the player to not see it.
Yeah. We make our lives hard by not allowing camera cuts.
Did you talk about why Thorgesta saves Senua from Miltoga?
No, I don't think so.
No. Why?
Would you like to know? Would you like to know why? It's just because Fargrimr reminded him earlier. Like he said, have a thought as to who the real enemy is, and I think that kind of plays on Thorgesta's mind. And it's never quite sat right with him that they are sacrificing enslaved people when they're like big, strong, tough Vikings, and they should be able to sort situations out themselves. So it's never sat right with him, as the conversation on top of the hill kind of brings out. But I think in that moment when he sees this giant menacing another human, he's just moved by that feeling of, I should step in, because clearly that is the real enemy and not the person that is being menaced. So he actually does his first good thing.
Yeah, it's a turning point in a way for that character, isn't it?
Yeah. I think Chris did a great job with that scene, as well everyone did, but like just showing that the sort of like awareness, I guess, that it's not right. I think he did a great job with that. And the disgust and fury on Mel's face is brilliant as well.
can I find them? They will give us what we seek.
There's a rock close to here where they are said to live. Its entrance is hidden. But you might find it.
She will find it.
They want you to. You will.
I will find it.
We might die down there.
No.
We could die trying to find them.
They will give us what we seek.
They are dangerous.
But they will help us. We will make them.
They know things.
I remember when we went to the Red Hills, it was to record a lot of the winds. And I remember that it was not so good, actually, because they were by a highway. Do you remember? Like,
yeah,
they were actually by a highway. We couldn't use it, and we had to use from other parts of the Iceland to recreate this environment.
And on that day, it was actually really good weather, which was quite out of season. In a way, we were lucky because the weather was great, but we kind of went to get things like rain and wind, but it was like unseasonably sunny. We actually, I think most of the good wind that we got was from Borgavurki, which was later in the trip, which is eventually where Senua goes to meet the Gothi. But because of the rocky formations, you get some really nice wind sounds.
It's crazy though that even if you go to Iceland, which is one of the less densely populated areas in the world, and it's supposed to be pure nature, you cannot get rid of the sound of the cars.
No.
Like, you will always have cars somewhere.
And the highway was not even like so close, but I mean, like it was close enough to hear the constant garbage, you know?
Constant rumble.
And we were like, you know, like this, okay, we cannot record here. Because I remember Daniele and David, all the members of the team that went previously to Iceland, they had way worse conditions. And we were having kind of like a bubble weather condition there, like
for the Iceland stuff.
For Iceland lifestyle, like we had 5 days straight sun, you know.
It was freakish for Iceland.
Yeah.
Even our tour guide was telling us like this is super weird.
Yeah.
Están quejando los que capturaron el sonido para esta zona en Islandia, como casi todo, supongo prácticamente todo que se ha hecho en el juego. Que incluso pese a ser una de las zonas que es tiene menos densidad poblacional de todo el mundo, que de lo que no podían librarse era de los sonidos de los coches. Fueran a donde fueran, siempre había sonidos de coches. Y que eso fue un dolor de cabeza, supongo que llegar a sitios donde no, o incluso eliminar partes donde no quedaba más remedio. Yo nunca he estado allí. Pero de los coches lo creo. Solo hay que mirar por la ventana un día cualquiera para saber que la dependencia que tenemos de ellos y que están por todos los lados. Que incluso en un sitio así tan natural, todo lo que queráis, te pones en silencio y escuchas un motor diésel. Pase lo que pase. Y bueno, allí la parte interior no creo que sea para tanto. Bueno, pues quedaban los dos en sus cabañas. Y yo voy a buscar en la entrada secreta.
All the lost ones. Only she can save them. All the people here dying in this nightmare. Only she can set them free.
Voy a probar algún ajuste gráfico más. De rendimiento me va genial. El problema es en cinemáticas que no están prerenderizadas. Ahí casca de una forma, ya van 2 veces. No sé el motivo, ahí debería tirar menos que nunca. Y que probablemente le tenga que bajar algo más de algún sitio. Quitar la sincronización por si el problema viene de ahí. Esto en principio ya debería ayudar a que eso no pase. sacrifico, pero un poco de fidelidad visual, pero creo que vale la pena. Y no sé si bajarlo a media el procesamiento. Quizás bajarle la volumétrica primero. Voy a mirar a ver cómo se va comportando. Pero tiene algo muy chulo este juego, en cuanto a los gráficos, que si por ejemplo yo quiero cambiar la calidad de iluminación global, puedo ver una vista previa de cómo sería en el juego. A dejarlo en media también. Está muy bien.
And she's running out of time. Every day that dies, every sun that sets, another loses their life. Light fading from their eyes and name cast away on the wind. And soon the sun will set for good.
Creo que ahora voy a pasar por una zona donde hay como un lago. Que me acuerdo que fue ahí donde dejé el primer directo hace como cosa de 2 años y me acuerdo perfectamente dónde fue. Creo que voy a llegar ahora. Donde paré el primer directo que hice de este juego hace años. De la pausa. Vale, pues puerta cerrada. Tengo por allí un camino, por aquí otro. Y parece que tengo que buscar una especie de esfera para poner aquí y que abra el camino. Ah, por aquí. Ya está aquí la esfera. Vale, entonces voy para el otro lado. Probablemente sea allí un coleccionable. Por allí no vaya a ser que me avance. ¿O no? Ah, bueno, no puedo pasar por aquí. Por aquí es por donde he entrado. Ah, pues esto. A mí me suena que había como unos sitios que eran piedras que parecían piedras pero no eran piedras. Creo que era este juego. Y podías pasar. Veías piedras que decías, no, me bloquea el camino, pero en realidad no sé si era en este juego. O en el 1, o otro incluso distinto.
It's them. The world has changed. Upside down. They are allowing us to see.
Este es el sitio donde estaba, por donde llegué, por donde tengo que ir.
Find the other offering. They can hear us. We cannot hear them.
Sí, era en este juego, sí.
Look, Senua. Dead. Bodies. Will she fail this test? She will not fail. They are listening, watching. This test, Senua. But there will be more.
The mirroring effect came in quite late, actually. So we tried a bunch of puzzles out. They were kind of okay, but not giving us quite what we wanted. And then we sort of had the idea of the kind of Senua almost seeing dual versions of the same thing, and did a couple of tests where we kind of mirrored the entire geometry upside down, but had slight differences in it. So if you look carefully, you can see there's some of the drogue corpses are on the ceiling, but not on the main bit. It's a few little hidden things. And Chris, that's where you worked on the focus effects for that. So the water peeling out of the little totem in the middle.
The plinth type things,
Yeah.
yeah. So you put your rock down, and sort of the blobs went off and formed the focus interactable areas of the puzzle that we wanted you to see at that point. They had a bit of like ethereal nature with the sort of like the iridescent blob nature, made them a bit magical.
Yeah, I think it was kind of based around Senua giving more importance to something that's actually, it's just a bit of water in the top of a rock, right? But to her, it had significance, and again ties in with the end of the level where the reveal of the hidden folk is water based as well. So there's a bit of theming throughout the level.
Here, they know that if times are harsh, you may ask of the hidden folk to share their bounty. And if you are strong and wise and good, they may hear your plea and send you aid. But if you are not, or if you do not respect the strictures they lay down, you might have your strife doubled.
Y otro sitio para desplazarse. No se entra por aquí, pero allí hay un coleccionable más. Por aquí.
Fought, armed only with the knives and axes they had brought to cut up the whale, even picking out the whale ribs to beat down their enemies.
Tengo que acordarme que se acaba el audio si me aparto.
The skalds say that the neighbors fought, armed only with the knives and axes they had brought to cut up the whale, even picking out the whale ribs to beat down their enemies. Thorgrim's men had loaded their boats with whale meat, but as they went to leave, one of their opponents struck Thorgrim's brother a fatal blow. And this is how hunger fates desperate men to come to blows, striking out against one another to survive.
They want more from us. The next test.
Pues avanzo por allí y hay dos pedestales. Tres con este. Sí, ya tiene la piedra puesta.
She has found it. See what is hidden.
How far will you go to find us?
We will find you.
Este ya era más complicado. Me acuerdo de él.
We don't.
Este me estuvo aquí un rato. Está este apartado. Ese tiene ya Una piedra. Vale, pues voy a pillar este de aquí. Y me lo intento llevar... Ah, no, pero no puedo subir. He hecho un puente.
Galen, she knew you. You can see beyond the veil. You doubt.
Y podré pasar por abajo. Vale, creo que tengo que interactuar con todos. Por ejemplo, arriba no tendría que venir a nada. Rompo el de abajo.
Bring it back to them. Let them see you are not like the others.
Y lo pongo aquí.
She can see what is hidden. She understands. What is hidden? Can she? Don't doubt. More bodies. They came to ask for help and now they are dead.
Y me lo llevo para abajo. A ver si sé bajar. Me dio bastante más problemas la primera vez. Aunque obviamente no me acuerdo de nada. Lo he hecho dándole un poco a la cabeza solo.
She's on the right path. It might be true what Fagrima said. She is the light he knew he would find. She needs to prove it before they let him in. Prove to them. Prove it to you. Can you show them, Senua?
¿Algo por aquí?
Show us, Senua.
Huele a coleccionable, correcto.
In the lands of your birth, and in these lands too, they know that people can be taken by the secret fair ones. If you are not careful and do not keep to the pathways, you may find yourself among them.
Can you still hear them? Don't lose the thread. The hidden thread.
Y hay otro más. Son muy fáciles de encontrar. El camino está tan marcado que cada vez que ves así un sitio para escaparte un poco, ya sabes que va a haber un coleccionable por allí. muy lineal todo.
The Skalds speak of the time Grettir, traveling with some others, ran into rough weather and docked their boat on an island. They had not brought fire with them, and the merchants complained bitterly. Seeing a great fire blazing on the other side of the strait, Grettir said he would swim over to fetch it. He took off his clothes and struck out across the water, wearing nothing but a cloak.
No menos, aunque igualmente alguno yo me he dejado por el camino, que son muy fáciles de conseguir. Tampoco me estoy parando tanto. Si veo muy evidente, pues me aparto del camino.
Yes, she can still hear them.
She can.
We can follow them.
You have to follow them now.
Pero
When Grettir came to the farm where the fire was burning, all was peaceful. By the time he reached them, his cloak was frozen stiff, and he looked like nothing more than some huge troll. The frightened farmhands struck out at him with the first things to hand, the burning logs from the fire. Grettir fought them off and got the fire he sought. But the sparks from the logs spread fire all over the house, and nobody survived the blaze.
Over there. It's coming from down there. What does it mean?
It's a sign.
You're on the right path.
Yes.
estoy dando vueltas a lo que dijo antes uno de los devs. Un poco utilizan un software, se llama Triton, para meter audio a mayores, pero que parezca que está ahí natural, como la muestra. Sería guapísimo poder meter algo así con el micrófono y que pareciera que estoy hablando desde el juego. Sería brutal. Como que eso tirará de... O sea, hacerlo en tiempo real igual ni se puede.
So yeah, for Hellblade, we built this really cool system, which is self-play. And we used it a lot throughout the project for various purposes. We had this concept in mind: how would it feel to just let the game play by itself? And we started thinking with this idea about fully controlled combat. And then we say, okay, this feels good, right? But there should be something in the middle, something where the player still keeps the initiative or the input. So we figured out that maybe a simplified mode, which is what ended up in the game, would be super cool. And in this case, the player still has this way of performing inputs, but the system itself, it would pick the best option for you. And in the end, I think it was very helpful for players that are a bit daunted by the combat, the demanding combat or whatever, right? I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, so speaking of self-play, it is actually part of a bigger system that we have internally and that we use for testing. So it can actually play the whole game from start to finish. And of course, it's not as a human tester. It cannot really tell if the game plays well, if everything works as it should. But it's very efficient. It can play faster than a player. So imagine we have 6 consoles. Each one of them, repeatedly, they gather the newest version of the game and they play 1 chapter each. So if there's any crash in a game or any other technical issue that we can catch, we do it very fast and very efficiently. So it's much easier for us to track down when it happened, which change made it go wrong. And other than that, we can also use it to gather
performance data. So we know how the game performs in each chapter, and if at any point it drops below our target, we just know where to look for the issue. So yeah, I think it was a very useful tool. It helped us greatly with shipping Saga in a great technical state.
It was also great for debugging enemies because, as you said, like it's frame perfect, right? So for us for testing, it was crucial to identify if there were any obvious exploitable windows on enemies and things like that. So with this tool, it was like, yeah, if self-play can land a hit in this, one of the player, at least anyone can land a hit, even if it's just a strike of luck, right? So yeah, I mean, definitely a very powerful tool that helped us, polishing everything.
Yeah, it was very useful, not even for combat, but like for any bug we have in the game. Because when you debug some issue, you need to replay the same piece of the game like over and over again. And it's very useful when you can just run the self-play and it does it for you instead of just playing the game over and over.
This is actually a very simple system, and it does require some maintenance. So designers, they actually have to set it up for each level. They have to tell it specifically what to do. So they have to tell it, go there, interact with this. So it does require some work, but it was definitely worth it. The downside of that is that it's not looking great. When you watch it play, you can clearly tell that this is a robot playing, but well, it's efficient.
And we also had additional like cheats for development, which actually works very, very nice with self-play as well. Like, for example, making the time goes faster, so you can just fasten the game 3 times faster, so you can faster skip some areas to the point where you have some issue to test. For example, when you test some cutscenes, and cutscene is quite long, and you just want to check some particular area of the cutscene, so you can just make it faster to get to this point. And it also works with self-play as well, so you can load some checkpoint and start the self-play, and it just runs, and you can make it faster to the area where you can actually test something and get back. Or like another tool we had is making artificially much slower loading times, so we can test if some parts of the game loads in time, so we can make it loading slower, so we can ensure that on the lower systems it will be loaded in time. So it works very well with that as well. And like, for example, catch some issues with out of memory or something like that, so we can launch it at the evening of the working day, and then check in the morning and see what's going on. Yeah, so it was a lot of stuff like that we can do with self-play.
También fue interesante de cómo testearon el juego sin cortar con personas, o sea, de forma automática. Empezaron haciendo como una IA que controlaba el propio personaje y jugaba él solo. Eso podían configurarle de que fuera más rápido, de que solo probara un capítulo en concreto. Yo no recuerdo como que fue un juego que salió con muchos bugs ni cosas así. Hasta que ya hace tanto tiempo. Creo que no ha fallado el control de calidad en ningún momento en este juego. Yo me acuerdo. Alguna cosita seguro. También depende del sistema que tengamos. Pues fue justo aquí, creo que donde lo dejé el primer día que lo jugué. Ahí, en ese terraplén de arriba. Pero me apetece jugar un poco más. Pero tremendo. El tema de los reflejos también. Yo lo que no me explico es como que este juego, que ya tiene sus años, con Unreal ha hecho bien lo de las luces y sombras, y hoy en día cada uno que sale viene con ellas rotas. No lo entiendo por qué. Más sistemático, da igual la compañía que lo desarrolle. Y en cambio debe ser alguna update que metieron en... Es que literal, es que las sombras se ven perfectas. El hormigueo solo lo tiene como mucho en los bordes. literal, el último juego que salió creo que el día 12 de... No, 12 no, el 7-8 de agosto. De Unreal, y un juego grande, el Mafia, está igual que todos. Todo juego que sale con Unreal tiene ese defecto. Y este no lo tuvo ni lo tiene. No sé el motivo. Ojalá profundice en alguno de los comentarios en tema de eso. El tema de cómo genera el tema de la iluminación Unreal. El lumen. Nada, maravilloso. Y encima, al no ser transparente más que aquí, menos consumo, se ve bien igual. De 10, la verdad. Otro más. Eso de las luces de Unreal llevo preguntándomelo durante años. ¿Qué es lo que pasa ahí?
Are you the one, Senua? She has to be. The lake is here too. Look at the water. This doesn't feel right. So deep and dark. It is trying to claim us, trying to take you down with it.
Pues ha sido mala idea, ¿no? No, podría pillar esta ya.
Were they seeking the hidden motive? This is not a good sign. What were they doing here?
Yeah.
They are telling you, showing you this place is dangerous. Are you sure you want to go on?
Un poco dangerous sí que es, sí.
She's not ready. Are you strong enough?
A ver, podré pasar por aquí. ¿Qué consigo con esto? Tengo que llegar a ese que tengo allí enfrente. Como que esta parte del camino ya la tengo. Pero me falta una. Me da la sensación que al alejarme la pierdo. Así que me va a costar un poco. Este puzzle ya es más complicado. De abajo no deja verlo. Este tiene que estar bien ya. En plan que allí no tengo que ir a nada. Las bolicas no deja quitarlas, o sea que es que están bien ya. Tiene que haber algo por aquí para subir. Debería estar bien también. A ver, puede ser... Primero abro este, toco el otro. Vale, ya lo entiendo, sí. Era eso. Eso creo. Y ahora ya podría pasar por aquí. Abro lo de allí. Y debería llegar a la bola. Creo que sí. Creo que ya lo he entendido. De momento el más difícil al que he llegado. Puede ser que se abrían las aguas, sí.
It's interesting how we came to the idea of the lake drain. We knew we wanted some kind of really awesome rewards and revealing the place of the hidden folk towards the end of that chapter. And, you know, we went through a few ideas. We had, you know, just the ground opening up or a cave opening up, and it just didn't feel like enough. And then I can't remember who said it. It might have been Dan Atwell. He was like, oh, what if, like, there's a lake there and it entirely drains? And like my immediate reaction was just like, you got to be kidding, like how are we supposed to do that? And then like I think we saw this plugin on the marketplace, and we've seen some videos on Twitter called Fluid Flux, and I'm like, oh, this is interesting, this has a kind of real-time
Es un plugin de Unreal
component. And so we investigated it, started doing some tests, playing around with it, and it was pretty good actually. And we were thinking, you know, as we're a relatively small team, it would take us so long to write a system like that ourselves. So, you know, it was great for us to have this kind of marketplace content. So yeah, then basically started doing loads of tests and managed to get this reveal of the lake draining. Can't remember how many iterations I did, like trying to match the speed to the dialogue that was happening, and vice versa. Then audio were trying to match their audio to the speed of the water draining. It was a long iterative process, but I think it paid off. I think it's a really cool moment in the game, and kind of it's really nice to see sort of that kind of water physics going on in real time.
Sí, queda de lujo. Buena idea, sí. Lo fácil hubiera sido que ese lago de repente desapareciera el agua, como si fuera una visión. Sería lo fácil. Pero queda bastante mejor así. Fluid Flux, creo que ha dicho que se llamaba el plugin ese. Viendo cómo se ve. ¿Y cómo se escucha?
They said it. You are the one.
They chose you.
They showed us the way to them. Hidden like them. Go to them, Senua. They will tell us how to kill a giant. You know what that means, do you, Senua?
No more sacrifice.
Once again, she's leaving the sun, leaving the world, plunging into the unknown places which no light.
Recuerda escena de Tomb Raider 2013.
She's always
2016, creo que 2013.
deep
El de Square Enix.
that blinds her eyes till she thinks she will never see again. But there is a thread this time. Connects her to the ones above.
Una escena clavada. Lara pasando por unas cuevas con el fuego tocando la parte alta.
Some time for Senua to be by herself, or well, with the Furies. So we created this situation where she'd be pulled on a mission into these caves, which is where the hidden folk are said to live. And the idea was that it's a kind of a labyrinth, and labyrinths have a huge metaphorical meaning in different religions. And it's a way of going inside yourself, of looking inside yourself. So the idea with the caves is that Senua is basically getting pulled inside herself, and that's where she finds the answers that she needs to defeat the giants.
Can you talk a bit about the research that you did? You talked about different religions using that, but kind of did you do a lot of research beforehand and then start writing? Was it write a bit, research a bit?
Generally speaking, I did a lot more research, like front-loaded that. I did that ahead of time, but you'd always find things that came up, discussing with other people or just thinking about it, that meant going back to the research and getting a bit deeper into it. Like, I think the labyrinth thing is a good example of that, because I did lots of research to try and set this place up as a kind of place where the hidden folk might be. But then when we looked at the level and it was this kind of going deeper and deeper and further inside, that reminded me of labyrinths. And I remember there's one on a church floor in France that people can go and walk around, and it brings you kind of closer to God and further inside yourself. And I thought that was just brilliant metaphor for what she's doing here. So that in turn, like, it arose from the level but also fed back into the level. So that's kind of how that process worked.
How do you see the hidden folk fitting into that? Are they representing some kind of sense of Senua or a more religious kind of entity?
I don't really think of them in terms of religion, but they are that kind of way in which Senua can answer the questions that she has. So she needs to find them in order to find this truth. But I think that what they point out to her is that she carries that truth. And eventually she doesn't really need them. It's just they give her the hint to see that she has to look inside herself to find the answers. So we always knew from day one we wanted the hidden folk to feature in the game because they're such a huge part of Icelandic folklore. And I was fascinated by the comparisons that they have with all across Europe, the folklore of elves and fairies and that kind of thing. There's a really interesting theory that the hidden folk kind of come from a combination of the Norse Alfa, the elves, brought over by the Norwegian settlers, and the Irish sort of fairy folk, or the She, which was brought over by the Irish slaves. And those two things combined kind of created the idea of the hidden folk, because they're very regal in some tellings, very otherworldly, but they can also be mischievous or, as we've made a point of pointing out, quite dangerous as well.
So how did you work with the environment team to kind of bring it together? Like, you said you already had this idea of, the script was saying, she needs to go figure out what to do next. And then you had thoughts about, okay, this fits with this idea of labyrinth. So was that an iterative process?
With this is the only location that's not based on a real location. So we kind of had free reign in terms of what we did with the spaces and how we themed them. And it was quite organic how it kind of ended up. Some spaces lent themselves better to different beats. Some of them we built it around that beat. So the point where you get the troll backstory, it was very much kind of like a theatrical set in that way. We wanted some kind of background that sort of complemented that backstory.
I think that was really key for us, the backstory, because we knew we didn't want Senua to defeat the giants by just hitting it with a sword. It had to be something deeper than that, something more than that. So there's again, back to the folklore, there's this legend that if you can know the true name of something, then you have some agency over it, some control over it. So you can see that in like Rumpelstiltskin, and there's like specifically in Icelandic folklore, the giants, the trolls themselves, if you know their name, you can control them. So we thought about that and what knowing something's name really is, and it's kind of for us, it's a shortcut, a shorthand for understanding something, understanding the reasons why something's happened, the reasons why somebody's done something, knowing the truth of a person. So that's really what that is about. By knowing the truth of Ingun, Senua has the key to Ilsoga.
The Skalds speak of how Grettir, now an outlaw, took rest on the island of Haramsoy with a man called Audun. Grettir saw a great yellow glow like a fire rising from the ground. Audun told him it was coming from the burial mound of Kar the Old, who ever since he died had haunted the island, and warned him to stay away.
Parece que otro puzzle, ¿no?
The color is beautiful. It has something to show you. Something here to find. Find it. Trust yourself. Beautiful. It's not like fire usually is. It's mesmerizing.
A ver, por aquí.
More darkness. Never easy, is it? Always darkness. More rock, more darkness. Is she lost? Look, there's a light. Shining. Oh, yes. Lighting your way. She was lost, but now they're here. The hidden folk are still here. Light there. There. Follow. Beautiful. Entrancing. What does it mean? It must mean something. There's something to be done here. What's to be done? To do. Find out.
In this place, they know that sometimes the hidden folk will take their children and leave another in their place. These children may look the same as their own, but will be dazed and far away, or ill-tempered. And you know then you have a changeling in your house.
Yes, she found a way. Sometimes things hide in the darkness. Sometimes they hide in the light. Follow the light. Don't stop now. And yet more darkness. More rock. Oh, look. The bodies of those they have taken. That could be you, Senua. Endless, endless darkness. What is this? Breathe. No, Senua, no.
Va a tocar tirarse. Sí.
Around. Wait, listen. What was that? Voices. Is it them? Are they telling us? What are they telling us to do? There's only one way to find out. Water everywhere. This must be a special place. Senua, you have to get out of here. You could still die.
In this land, when people cannot raise their children, they will leave them in a sacred place for the hidden folk to take and care for. Sometimes these children come back, but it is said that they are changed with a wildness in their eyes, and their parents do not want them.
Something. Yeah, you can feel it. Feel it. Yes. Yes, light. Left alone in the darkness. It's like before. To get through there. Moving or not moving. I don't know. Something is not right.
Esto es para cuando se me apague. Lo cual tendré que pasar por un sitio donde se apague.
There is a path to find. Where is it? Always the most difficult way to go. You have to find it, Senua. This is a different kind of light.
What else can you do but trust it?
She doesn't have a choice.
Si lo he puesto por allí es que puedo ir por el otro lado y que se llegue a apagar la antorcha. La pregunta es por dónde. ¿Por aquí? No, por aquí es por donde he llegado. Abajo. A ver si me sitúo. Creo que sí, creo que tengo que volver atrás. Tendría que haber pasado cuando esto no está abierto. Puedo ir arriba, apagarlo. Se puede. No sé. Intentar por ahí. Zona de puzzles esta cueva. Pues se puede apagar. Sí, a veces se necesita la oscuridad. Estoy haciendo bien. Ahora aquí se apaga. Pero sigo llevando antorcha. Y se ha metido por allí. Vale. Creo que ya voy captando. Esto que he encendido antes me sirve para pasar por aquí. Y lo estoy haciendo bien.
Something dark calls to us.
What is it? Speaking to you. Asking for you.
What does it want from us?
It knows we're here.
How can we prove ourselves?
Feel us.
She has to prove herself.
We must.
The hidden folk.
They made this.
They want you to get lost.
They take you away.
And when you return,
Pero si alguien está viendo este vídeo en el futuro en YouTube, porque allí quedará, para desbloquear este modo de los comentarios de los devs, hay que tener el juego pasado primero, si no, no deja probarlo. Tanto este como el modo ese Nueva Partida Plus, Dark Routen creo que se llama.
this place is playing tricks on us.
I guess this was one of the last sections we worked on in the game, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I guess when we were thinking about the puzzles in Chapter 4, it was all about the build-up to the Leap of Faith cutscene and about her believing in herself because she's had that seed planted by Fargrimmer that she is the one and she can find them. So I think, yeah, as you'll have seen, like a lot of the puzzles in here are kind of her changing the light and changing the way she sees things to see kind of new options and exits and
Yeah, because she believes she's the only one that can find that way forward.
yeah, that obviously sets up, seeing the hidden folk light in the distance, but is that also her kind of almost going around in circles, like repeating the same thing over and over again and until she has that confidence?
So I guess a big part of this section was setting up the sort of game language that ultimately players would use to find the hidden folk. So we start quite small, as sort of introducing different elements like the walls that you can open up when you extinguish the blue fire, which initially starts like quite as a simple concept, but then we build up much later on.
Yeah, I think later on when you get to that, almost the final puzzle before the Leap of Faith cutscene, we've got multiple elements. We've got the switching the fire, but then there's the kind of entire...
Parece que por ahí no es.
So we start quite small, as sort of introducing different elements like the walls that you can open up when you extinguish the blue fire, which initially starts like quite as a simple concept, but then we we build up much later on.
Yeah, I think later on when you get to that, almost the final puzzle before the Leap of Faith cutscene, we've got multiple elements. We've got the switching the fire, but then there's the kind of entire mirror in that room that you have to sort of notice it kind of flipping around. And it's, you know, the whole thing's based around loops and a reflection of her, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We also draw upon kind of her fear of the darkness again and fear of water, and kind of all the bodies in the water is a bit of a callback to chapter 1, actually, sort of where she almost drowned, and kind of that fear's very much stuck with her, combined with the darkness. You know, it's always on your peripheral. She never wants to kind of go too far into that, and for herself, the light is the safety.
And there's something else we've hinted at here throughout this section, which is this sort of reflection of herself, sort of in the distance and moving ahead of her, which is really like a reflection of herself, isn't it? We called her clone Senua throughout a lot of this, or shadow Senua. But yeah, her seeing herself just sort of in the future, doing the actions that she's going to do.
What's the starting process that you get for something like this from a design perspective? You obviously start with a script, but is it pretty open where you go from there?
Yeah, this section had a very sort of distinct approach from the rest of the game, I would say, because we wanted it to be more about problem solving than other sections in the game. So we had to introduce sort of logical elements to the gameplay. For example, being able to manipulate the state of the environment to open paths, but also being aware of your torch and how you can use it, how the flame can be extinguished, and the concept of the water itself being a danger. And I think really we don't do much of that in the rest of the game. It just becomes a thing here because narratively as well is what we wanted players to feel like, that they're having to solve this sort of enigma to find the hidden folk.
Lo he pillado a tiempo. Esto funcionan a modo de faro y me permiten pasar. Estaba a punto de dar la vuelta.
The time is now. There is no other way. Put your head in the water and take a deep breath.
No te apagues.
The only way. She has to go through it. Go through it.
¿Y ahora? No queda otra.
It's okay. What is it? Enough? Alone again. Some things can only be done alone.
No sunlight. Just the darkness.
Who is that?
I thought we were alone.
I thought we were alone.
What is that? Is that?
What are they doing?
In the end, lies.
Something I always think about with puzzle design as a non-designer is if you know the solution, how can you really have a sort of unbiased approach to knowing if you're hitting that difficulty right? Is it just a case of testing with lots of people?
On the difficulty side of things, yeah, we definitely, the concept for this puzzle is very abstract, because you're effectively almost playing co-op with a future version of yourself, but also a past version of yourself. We really wanted to reinforce that sort of cyclical, repetitive nature of time and Senua's perception of time. So obviously in abstract that sounds quite simple, but to translate it to the experience was a challenge, but also in terms of difficulty, making sure that it's understandable. We're very from very early on, we knew that we wanted to start and end this puzzle from different perspectives. So we start seeing the clone in the distance making their way out of this valley. And then at the end, the player is making their way out of the valley as a shadow makes their way into the valley. So just sort of creating that sense of a cycle that keeps repeating itself. And I guess we talked about reflections, but also, what else did we talk about? It was reflections, mirrors, echoes.
I think as well, like it's that thing from an outsider's perspective, looking down on Senua, like you basically observing her, almost kind of doing her own personal ritual in a way. It clearly means something very important to her, but objectively, like she might not be doing anything that makes that much sense.
Yeah.
Which is, very key for the whole game, I think. With regards to iteration as well, like you always find when designing puzzles, the designer that designed it will know exactly how it works in their head, and then you give it to someone else and immediately they're like, oh, I don't know what to do. So yeah, you just have to iterate on the feedback. So whether that's, the radius of the light, making sure the player knows what that light is affecting, or giving a clear exit, so putting extra highlights where the player needs to go, what is their ultimate goal, that kind of thing. And yeah, you just have to play test that stuff. You have to kind of give it to people to see if they can understand it. And it's a really difficult balance, I think, because you can over-explain it, and then that's also no fun for people.
Yeah.
Because they're like, well, you've told me the solution. So yes, it's a really hard balance, I think, doing puzzles for games.
But actually having Shadow Senua sort of perform these actions, you could watch her and observe her and then mimic, I guess, what she's doing ahead of you. So that was also sort of a useful tool to just sort of explain to players what was happening, because it's all very conceptually abstract in a way.
Yeah, puzzles in the Hellblade series are kind of a bit less mechanically understandable, I guess. Like, and as you said, like we're trying to explain quite abstract thoughts. So yeah, lots of iteration.
Hablando de la dificultad de hacer este tipo de puzzles, es curioso porque ahora le das la antorcha como a alguien que no sabes quién es, pero que te está ayudando. Y me va a abrir él el camino, o ella. Una versión futura igual de Senua, supongo. ¿Y ahora? Vuelvo para atrás. Ahora tengo que volver a... sí, a apagarlos para pasar. Quizá este también. Este creo que no hace falta.
She has to find what is it.
We need to get to the other side. Change the rock back. Make it
What's that? Light everywhere. There is a path to find.
Where is it?
Always the most difficult way to go.
You have to find it, Senua.
They are making.
Ahora aquí no tengo la antorcha.
What is it?
What does it mean?
Ah, vale, vale. Y me la devuelve. Aquí juega con que no sabes si es otra persona o es tu yo pasado. Muy bien. Estoy un poco perdido. Ahora tengo antorcha. Vale, sí. Ahora ya puedo iluminar esto. Y ya puedo pasar. Un poco caos esta parte, pero se hace bien. Ya hubiera ayudado más. Es que a veces son muy parecidas. No sé, cambiar un poquito más el terreno hubiera facilitado todo mucho.
She has to get over there.
No sé si voy bien, pero supongo que sí. Es un poco caos por eso, no es el puzzle en sí. Lo que lo... Hostia, es como que cuesta encontrar sitios de referencia. A ver, creo que es por ahí, pero no sé si apagando esto. Creo que está bien. Lo voy a necesitar sí o sí. A ver si no lo he liado. Claro, me he tirado creo que para abajo y no debería haber hecho eso. Me toda la pinta. Pero como tampoco sé cómo llegar allí.
Go there. A path is open.
Can she get through now?
Puedo pasar. El problema es llegar allí otra vez. Igual eso me complica.
Up there. We need to reveal this path.
Ese no creo. Como que ahora para llegar a esa parte no tengo ni idea. Lo digo, es un poco caótico esta parte. Y ahora, ¿para qué tendría que volver para arriba? No tiene sentido. Por la cuevecita esa de allí. Bueno, voy a probar. Ahora ya no puedo hacer ese puente, pero es que en realidad no me hace falta. Es un lío. Un lío importante. ¿Con esto que consigo? Nada. Estoy perdidísimo ahora mismo. Estoy a nada de tener que mirarme un vídeo.
You can understand. You can heal.
Como que me crea un puente para pasar, pero ¿cómo llego a la parte de allí yo? Esa es la pregunta. Una cornisa que no he visto. La opción es apagarlo de allí, pero no creo que consiga nada. Si el dilema es eso, ¿cómo llego a esta parte? Y apagando esta luz, lo único que consigo es quitarme el puente. Ese puente lo va a necesitar 100%. Dos puentes. Voy a mirar por si acaso. Ah, sí que hay una cueva aquí. Esto no lo había visto. Es eso.
You will find a way out. Trust yourself. Trust your instincts.
The way will find you. The path will find you.
Watch.
It begins.
torch doesn't make you safe.
Y ahora él me abre el puente este. Ella.
It's getting dark.
El fantasma.
We are going into the darkness again. I don't want to go into the darkness again.
I want to go into the darkness either. No. Stay here. Stay here in the light.
With eyes to see what might be, you have made your way. Let yourself be guided by us.
So there was a phrase that someone said, and I think it was going something like the beauty in the horror and the horror in the beauty. And I think is something that when you are playing the cave, you can relate to that. Because there are parts that are very dark and with horrible sounds, but there are these particles of light that you did, Mark, that they are very beautiful.
Yeah.
And is that opposites almost fighting together? Like, okay, this is feeling really tense, and I'm going through this environment, but at the same time it's kind of beautiful and serene.
Yeah, the lighting of the cave was an interesting one, actually, because
Me interesa a mí.
we had like a, directional sunlight sort of casting light on everything. Whereas for this, there was a lot of manual hand placement of lights just to get, that glimpse of something that you're aiming for in the distance. You couldn't just rely on the torchlight. So there was so much iteration, sort of balancing, does the player know where they need to get to whilst retaining that horror in between those places. And yeah, we used the kind of blue light of the hidden folk to kind of guide the player throughout this area.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that the cave in itself is a journey of navigating Senua's own mind in a way. So the cave represents her own way of trying to find the hidden folk, which is really scary at moments because they are testing her. She is testing her all the time. Her life is about the test, and this cave is no different. And she's scared of the darkness. Like, it's always being scared of the darkness because of what her father did to her. So there are moments where she loses the light. We ramp up the sounds. We start hearing all these broken voices trying to get to her. There is these creatures in the water. And so she's creating this world, because when you don't know something, it's like a journey to the unknown. And you don't know something, but you think you are gonna find. Your brain starts to create all that. So that's what we did in the cave. The cave is just a normal cave, but she's projecting that insane universe inside of it.
Yeah, because Fargrim has told her that, she is a chosen one in a way. She's projecting all this doubt onto herself and sort of having to explore her inner self to kind of find the truth of things at the end of it.
But I remember, because this particular section of the game went through so much iterations, it never meant to be a horror section. Like, from the beginning, when I was like part of that, kind of seeing like how this level is evolving, I don't think there was ever a mention like, yeah, this is going to be fully horror. Like, it's going to be dark. You're going to see kind of like, you're going to hear scary sounds, or you're going to face some scary monsters. So was that a kind of like a natural, like organically happened, or was it like?
I think when we first talked about it, like, we definitely wanted to have the claustrophobia. Like, you were just out in chapter 3 and it was quite open, and you had, sort of all the beautiful daylight. When you go down into the gap that was left by the lake, we wanted basically to crush Senua's expectations and actually push her back into this really claustrophobic space. I think once we got a few bits of that in level, suddenly people were saying, this is quite scary. Like, this is making me feel really uncomfortable. I think we kind of pushed on that a bit more.
It's not only horror, right?
like the section that you're kind of navigating around
That
the cave joggers,
yeah,
right? You
absolutely.
don't see anything,
Yeah.
and you're just following the light.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can hear them around, running around, and like you can feel that presence, but you're just following the light because that's the only thing you can do and you can see. So
Yeah, I think that is the interesting bit. Like, you are following something that is outside. Like, you have your own idea of what you want to achieve, and you are feeding your own brain with these signs. So basically, she's following all these signs to find the hidden fault, which she finally does. But to do that, she's going deeper and deeper. So I think it gets scary and more scary and more scary. And there is this bit where there is the droid and it gets reddish. And we play a lot with distortion in the sound, almost getting into your head, like, ah, and they are saying, I don't remember what they are saying, the voices. I think that, like, you need to stay in the light, or you need to stay on the path, and if you get out of it, the voices just grow, almost like crushing your brain, which is quite scary. Yeah, it's a very tense section overall.
That was another sort of key decision with the lighting. Like, whenever there was a Droga presence, we'd use the red, and that sort of bled in. So yeah, in those sections where you actually fought them, you noticed that after following the blue hidden folk light, when the Droga attacked, everything turned red. And then sort of you'd had a respite of that, going back to the blue, and momentary sort of bit of safety, but you knew something was still going to be out there, sort of waiting for you.
Listen, what's that sound? The sound of...
Is it them? Are they calling us?
Just the caves.
What does it mean?
It's nothing.
So cold.
It's nothing. Don't think about it. Don't listen.
Wait.
El sistema este de iluminación, esos puntitos, sí que no han entrado tanto en detalle como por ejemplo, lo del flux fluid del agua. Estaría bien, me acuerdo la primera vez que lo vi, me dejó flipando. Y aquí no se nota tanto, al haber tanta luz, pero en la oscuridad está una pasada. Ya creo que como que reaccionan con el cuerpo del personaje. El efecto de partículas está muy guapo.
No, you have to go there. You have to find out.
Who is it?
Is someone there?
Who are they?
Who's there?
What are they saying?
Don't get too close.
No.
You can't.
Those creatures are down here with you.
They need help.
This is all I have.
Senua, you can't.
You can't do it.
She is thinking about it.
No, Senua. Protect us.
Need that sword, Senua. No,
You have to be able to fight. It's all you have.
she is ignoring us.
Senua, listen to us.
Senua, no.
We know what to do.
We are protecting you.
Sacrifices must have meaning. She has given away that which makes her strong. Her protector. Her avenger. The thing she grips tight when darkness overwhelms her. What is a warrior without her sword? What is she now? She must forge a new path, defenseless against the dead ones.
For the other Droigars, we work with the Monster Factory, which are all metal singers, and a part of Pablo that did one of the acts. In this one, it was us. It was mostly me and a bit Jordan that did the cave Droigar.
Nice.
And it was, yeah, we kind of torture our throats quite a lot to get to there, because yeah, it's a lot of rasping, and also it sounds like it's one, it sounds like it's one performance. You just do the thing, but then you need to mix stuff on top of it, because you inspire you like all this thing, but then you also then layer on top all the because they struggle. I remember when we did when we did the brief, the main point was that they had to struggle to breathe.
It was the breathing, yeah, because obviously the oxygen in caves, it can be quite stagnant, and rotten. So yeah, that's.
So we did a lot of that, and even all the breathing, like we have kind of cycles of breathing for all the other enemy, but for this one, it's done completely different because it's all broken up. All the breathing, like they struggle a lot, so it cannot be just a constant cycle of breathing. And it's embedded a lot in their vocal performance. And if you see every time they attack or they do something, it's always followed up by long struggle to breathe, like try to catch up their breath, because the point is they need to sound a bit pathetic, like they are just hiding in a cave for probably all their lives, and they need to feel you need to feel like their life overall is a struggle, even the way they sound.
The music for that section, was it you've done that part?
No, I don't do music. That's Jimmy.
Yeah, because they've done a really great job just creating that tension and the horror in that section, I think.
I mean, I remember the stealth was not working very well up until
late. We changed it. Like, I remember that was one of the sections we changed very late in the project before shipping.
We changed it, yes, and the sound.
Sí, el tema del sigilo no hay ni para bien ni para mal.
Most of horror bits in games or in movies, like there is always the rule: try to watch a horror movie without sound, and it's probably comical, not very scary, because
we don't got the jump scares or anything.
Yeah, it's not just a jump scare. It's just that sounds. It's different from visual. It's something that gets into your subconscious, and I think that's where you drive fear, and fear overall. And so that's where it shines. It really works well to give you those type of emotions.
And no sound.
No sound too, yeah.
Is super powerful.
¿Quién es el que habla? Hablan varios. Brox habla, tanto la chica que hizo... Ya, espérate. Y tengo que avanzar. Tanto la chica que hizo el tema del reconocimientos estos de movimiento y tal, como los devs. Son los devs, básicamente. No habla siempre el mismo. El encargado de iluminación, de sonido, todo. Me lo he pasado hace tiempo y ahora estoy pasándomelo con el modo comentarios de los devs para aprender alguna cosita del juego. Juego que es muy corto. Probablemente ya vaya más del 50% y he empezado hoy. Igual hasta lo acabo hoy, quién sabe.
Can she make it across? I don't like it. Don't fall. Be careful.
breathe.
We can do this. We can do this. She can do this. Remember to breathe.
Y después las voces que escuchas es ella en su cabeza. Las voces femeninas. Que es en estéreo. Mucho, a ver, esta, en realidad cuando te lo explican, era un problema que tenía ella. Problema mental, no era droga.
Because it sort of doesn't make sense in short bits. So there's a balance we try and find so that puzzles aren't overly frustrating and people don't give up and never come back to the game. And this puzzle in Chapter 4 had that kind of issue in its first few iterations. We'd overcomplicated it. People weren't understanding it. There was way too many steps involved. So I think there was a conscious effort to streamline it.
Ah, mira, buena cosa esto, ¿eh?
Yeah, absolutely. And really what we wanted to achieve here was for players to apply everything they've learned, not just in this chapter, but
A ver si en la versión mejorada lo han reducido la dificultad del último este puzzle, que creo que voy a enfrentarme ahora.
their knowledge of the mechanics that had been introduced up until that point, just to line players up narratively with how Senua is feeling at this moment. And at the end of the puzzle, when she's crawling through that tunnel, the Furies remind her of that everything that she's been through has been leading up to this point. So instead of creating sort of a cerebral puzzle, we just wanted to test players lightly and the game mechanics, but also make sure that they used everything they've learned up to this point.
I think the Furies even say, like, this is the last one, right? So
Yeah.
we kind of give the player that knowledge that they're kind of, they're almost at the end and they'll be rewarded for sort of pushing their way through all these challenges.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a twist on the mechanics that players would have experienced up until this point, and just sort of bringing the mirror aspect of the Chapter 3 puzzles, where you sort of switch the reflection with the real world. I think the biggest challenge for us introducing a lot of these game elements is how sort of short these sections are almost, because usually you would take almost like a full game to introduce a lot of these mechanics, and then you would expand and progress on them. Whether we just didn't have that much space to do it. I think from the end of Chapter 3 to Chapter 4, or middle of Chapter 4 really, we're introducing all of these mechanics and progressing them, and then doing a final test for the player. I think that was definitely a challenge, and it meant that all of those mechanics had to be fairly simple and easy to understand.
Ahora te digo, tiene subtítulos, igual.
Whereas ideally we'd probably
Pero ahora te digo,
much earlier on and progress them in a more substantial way in terms of challenge.
pues son muy buenas, pues son los devs. Estoy jugando una versión que tiene los comentarios durante el modo historia, o ya me lo pasé hace tiempo. Me apetecía volver a jugarlo. Hace unos días sacaron una versión mejorada, drivers nuevos de Nvidia y algún cambio. Y justo está hablando de que ahora voy a hacer el puzzle, pero probablemente de los cambios más gordos sería que está hablando de la dificultad de uno de los puzzles. El juego para avanzar es al Tomb Raider, ¿no? De que vas avanzando, te vas encontrando una puerta que para abrirla hay que resolver algún tipo de puzzle jugando con el entorno. Están hablando de modo que el último parece que frustró, que no querían que fuera un motivo para que la gente dejara el juego, y que parece que han hecho un rework del último, así he entendido yo. No sé si se refieren a un rework que han hecho en esta versión mejorada, o sí que ha sido un rework de la versión que tenían ellos hasta la que sacaron realmente en su día. Pero yo creo que es más lo primero que he dicho. Básicamente eso. Bueno, otro coleccionable más. No quedan muchos. Y más que la mitad, me parece a mí que voy,
As ult burður, small ghosts clad in fluttering rags. When there are storms, they may cry as they did when they were human, and will look for their mothers until they find them, and never leave them again.
Vale, pues a ver. A mí sí que me acuerdo que aquí había un puzzle que tuve bastante tiempo mirando para él. Pues me acuerdo. Según me iba acercando me estaba acordando el terreno, esta paleta de colores más tierra. Como me acuerdo, sin haber entrado, pero como que había unos agujeros a lo largo de una pared en una zona muy amplia, como una especie de final de cueva, y que había que hacer algo como para acabar abriendo o avanzando. Y me costó, ¿eh? O sea, me acuerdo que me costó en su día. Vamos a ver lo que han hecho aquí. Lo han reworkeado, ¿no? Primero a ver si llego.
Look at the rocks floating there, floating. It's their the hidden folk. She is close now. Can you feel them? Can you hear them? Close to their world.
Y otro coleccionable más.
Gretier found the sword he was seeking, Kar's loom, buried in the grave mound. He went to leave, but before he could reach the rope, something grabbed him from behind, and Gretier realized the mound dweller would not let his treasure go. The two fought ferociously until Gretier got the advantage and chopped off the Revenant's head. But Kar's loom would prove his undoing, fated to be the sword that killed him.
A mí me agobia mucho el susurro. No hay forma de quitarlo, no. De hecho, si te agobia el susurro, no juegues a este juego. Es lo bonito, lo especial. Lo que lo hace especial. A ver, hay que ponerse en contexto, Poivi. Como Broxa me decía hace un ratito, ¿mucha droga? No, esto no es droga. Era una persona que tenía problemas, que oía voces. Si le quitas las voces a Senua, no es Senua. O sea, no puede ser. No se le puede quitar la patata ni el huevo a la tortilla. Deja de ser tortilla. No, no se puede. Y mira esto, a esto me refería. Creo que es por aquí el puzzle, sí. Vale, a ver si entiendo. Con este he abierto aquí. Pero no me va a servir para nada. Básicamente el juego es esto. Combates muy simplones, puzzles y después un apartado técnico que es... No hay nada igual. Ni a día de hoy lo hay. Mira que ha pasado tiempo. Lo más parecido en experiencia sería un Death Stranding. Tema gráfico, me refiero. Death Stranding 2. Y ahora mismo solo está en consolas, aún no lo tenemos para PC. Eso es lo atractivo del juego ahora mismo. Esa de allí. Mucho mira para allí, ¿eh? No, eso estaba bien. La idea es ir avanzando según entras por la izquierda y buscar la perspectiva a través de estas rocas flotantes con la burbuja que te va abriendo el camino. De momento no tiene más complicación. Aunque en algún momento tendré que volver sobre mis pasos. Todo pinta que va a ser eso. Otra. Ahora la puerta estaría abierta. Habría que volver.
She didn't know what she was doing, but now look at her. Look, you know. She knows how to look at it. There is no way she can fail it. She knows how to find it. You were a warrior. She understands their world.
Me extraña que sea tan fácil, ¿eh? Creo que va a haber algo por aquí que voy a tener que hacer distinto. O igual, ¿no? Ya, pues sí que lo han simplificado. Yo no sé decir muchos detalles, porque la primera vez que lo jugué ha pasado ya mucho tiempo, pero me acuerdo de estar aquí un buen rato. Había algo a mayores que había que hacer. O que sería el orden o algo. Básicamente es, entras por allí por el fondo, y según entras izquierda vas abriendo todo, te deja llegar al último abres la puerta, vuelves sobre tus pasos volviendo a abrir todo y después por el lado derecho a la puerta. No sé, no encaja mucho como último puzzle. El anterior que hice era un poco... Si el de las pasarelas que te iba ayudando, esa especie de fantasma, yo creo que ese lo usaría más para el puzzle final. Aunque no sé, igual hay más. Pero al menos de esta zona era más difícil el anterior que este. Difícil y elaborado.
She can see herself, all the others, us, we. She is thinking in all the pieces, all the fragments that helped her here. We know all of them, all the signs. We can see them clearly, all connected, all meaningful. Yes. She remembers how it started.
Esas voces, esos susurros, son voces en su cabeza.
When you guys were making like chapter 4, but as a player, when I was kind of playing it, it felt like Senua is she's going there because she wants to find something. Or it felt like she's trying to find herself, and we had this couple cinematics that she's kind of speaking to herself. So I'm just wondering, like, if that was intended in the beginning, from the beginning, like, hey, you gotta go find yourself in the caves, and then you gotta come out.
Yeah, that's true. That back to the labyrinth, it's like that journey inwards to finding that truth. And yeah, you have to confront yourself. She has to confront some fear that she has around fear and guilt that she has around other people that she's failed to help. She has to confront this idea that she's fragmented. And I think that by looking at those parts of herself that she doesn't like, it helps her to understand better.
And are hidden folk the enemies or friends?
Well, everyone can have their own opinion about that. I think
En este punto.
I think that they are there to guide Senua into realizing what she already has inside her. And really, it's just that, like, they're pointing out things that she maybe already knows.
She can feel them slipping through her soul, following the threads of her mind. She's here to find them. The ones who hide. They will tell her how to defeat the giants. And she will keep her promise. But it's never so simple, is it? Wisdom has a price. There will always be a part of you that changes. A part of you that darkens.
Okay, do you want to say what a beautiful corner is, Steve?
Yeah, well, A Beautiful Corner is it's a small part of the game that we use to sort of inspire ourselves, inspire the team, and take something to a polished level that we can all be like super proud of, and that we would be happy to release. It's a small piece that serves as an inspiration for the rest of the game, and something to aim for, something very high in quality that we can put everything into raising the rest of the game up to the same bar. And that's what this scene was, the leap of faith, which was also one of our trailers.
Yes. So the reason we decided to do this scene for the trailer was because the previous trailers had been quite action-heavy, loud. And when I say two, I mean the announcement trailer, which was that Hai Long song, an incredible trailer. I can say that because I didn't really work on it. So it's not like I'm patting myself on the back. Incredible trailer. And then the Troll Chase was the one we did next. And those are both very action-oriented. So we wanted something that would be more personal to Senua, more intimate, more quiet, more emotionally resonant. So we picked a scene from chapter 4, where she's alone with herself, her thoughts, the Furies, in a cave, and she's about to make a commitment to continuing her journey and pushing through her fear and making contact with the hidden folk.
Yeah, I love this one. This one's beautiful. This one I like because we really push the psychosis side on this one. Like just the fractals and what's going on in the background, the environment, the effects, the lighting. It's a really, really beautiful scene.
A lot of the details of this scene, the way it's staged, that came from Bolash. And he was the one that proposed having her, having that dual Senua again, that the reflection and breaking through, as if she's breaking through that into a different world.
That's a lovely throwback to Hellblade 1 too.
Yes, it is.
It really is nice.
Yeah.
That was such a key moment in that game too.
Yep. Mel's performance is beautiful here. I remember we shot that quite early in the cinematics schedule because the way we structured it was we did a lot of scenes with Mel on her own, and then we brought the rest of the cast on. So this ended up being shot quite early. And so we had that data available to us when we decided to do the trailer.
I just love it. Like, it's great then. She did such an amazing job of finding the character again so early.
Yeah. But yes, and I think through reading the script and discussing it with the team, she's also knowing where to push Senua further, you know, how she's changed, where like this is a different step on her journey. And one other thing I need to mention in the scene is the voice of the hidden folk making its, is it the debut? I think you've heard whispers before, but this is maybe the first time they speak to Senua. And that is, of course, the man of 1,000 voices and faces and animation capture, Matt Mordak, who's in maybe every single chapter of this game in various ways. He did an incredible job with the hidden folk. It's just so, it has authority and it sounds strange, but also slightly scary, but also can be friendly. I mean, it's perfect for the hidden folk.
Fighting. They had found somewhere to rest, somewhere to carve out a home.
So we got some impulse responses, which are basically
We used to simulate acoustics.
Yeah, so you can capture the essence of a reverb. The way that we did it is we blew up some balloons and popped them in a reverberant space, and then you can take that and turn it into an impulse response, put it into a convolution reverb, and basically make a sound like it's in that space. And Iceland has lots of really interesting acoustics. I remember there was one bit where there were these tiny little caves. I mean, they weren't really caves, they were sort of concave rocks. And we were popping balloons, and Pablo was shouting into them, and we were capturing that as well.
Yeah.
And
But
it sounded great.
It was very surprising for me. The caves, the big caves in Iceland, they don't sound at all echoey at all, because it's all volcanic.
They're
rocks.
very porous.
Yeah, so they
and
absorb.
Yeah.
So I remember the first time I popped a balloon there, expecting like a massive reverb, and it was like a pop.
Yeah.
That's
We had it a couple times. We went one that they were amazing. You remember this amazing cave? They
Yeah.
had like holes, and they were like a snow there in the holes. And we were like, yeah, this is gonna reverberate a lot. I mean, we couldn't record regardless because there was a lot of people, but like it was dead silent. Like there was no reverb at all.
Yeah, which is why we kind of fake it in the game,
Yeah.
because although
That's the more exciting
it
thing
should
to
be
do.
realistic to have no reverb at all because of the type of cave,
It just feels wrong.
But
it just feels wrong.
being there in person, it feels wrong. Like
Yeah, it does.
feels
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
completely wrong. Like this is not right, you know?
Well, at one point, when we were in the volcanic tunnel, they turned the lights off, and aside from the rustling of clothing, it felt a bit like a sensory deprivation chamber because there was no reverb at all.
Yeah, just some dripping.
Yeah,
Very
dry dripping.
dry dripping, and that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna use it. So we we recreated from other IRs, the cave rivers and all.
It was amazing when we went with Ailung to this ice cave, which was full of stalagmites and stalactites made of ice, obviously. This water was dripping on the stalagmites, and it was resonating, and basically the cave was singing. So you could hear like resonating all the ice with different tunes. So all around you, it was like doom, 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 doom,
Different
doom.
tones in it,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was amazing. And then Chris from Heilung started to play some of those stalagmites, and we eventually made a song. Well, David and Heilung eventually made a song out of that. Yeah, it was super cool.
Y avanzar mucho esta parte mientras estuvieron hablando los devs. Así que aquí cuentan parte de historia que creo que vale la pena escuchar, pero bueno. Tampoco creo que sea este tipo de gameplay para enterarse de la historia. Típico gameplay que tienes que ver ya una vez has jugado el juego entero. De hecho, no te lo desbloquean hasta que lo has terminado. Pero aún así me apetece.
All had turned their backs. The terror of hunger and the thirst drove the people to fury. As is the way of that kind. The weak lost all to the strong. With the weakest of all in her arms, still she searched for a haven. But the darkness from the sky reached down. The flesh-eating ones, with the awful hunger that could never be sated, were legion. And death held dominion over all. New gods arose, darker and more terrible than those before. She could not let the child live in such a world. So she brought her to a cave where the hidden folk were said to live, hoping they would take her child and raise her free from care, free from the darkness. She had nothing to feed her now but her rage and despair. She made a deal. I will give myself to you, Askia, if you will give me the power to triumph in this world you have created. Take my life and give me your death.
Yeah, so inspiration really behind Cave Drog was looking at cave networks. So I found originally there's a cave in north of England called Mother Shipton's, and it's where people hang like possessions. It's like a bit of a shrine, and people hang possessions in there, and it petrifies. It turns to like the water runs over it, and there's a lot of like calciums in water, and it ends up petrifying these like inanimate objects. People use like put teddy bears in there, items of clothing, and things like that. So that was the kind of feel for those guys. Like these are the lost souls, like the people who've just been forgotten about, coming from cave networks. So we have that same principle, like following the water and calcification running over their faces, blinded. And when we were trying to make the actual look of them, it was quite difficult to like get the texture of the skin correct, like what that might look like if it's been under those conditions. So what we ended up doing was taking a mannequin and applying, it was sort of like a concrete mixed with like a glue, so it's kind of like a little bit flexible and can move around, and we put it over a mannequin, a life-size mannequin, so we could then let it scan it. And what that gave us is this nice textural detail that matched what the cave network looked like. So we're getting that on the character, and then from there we use those details upon that scan to like create brushes and project things onto a human body. Which you worked on me.
Yeah, because the mannequin has like the proportions wrong. Like we have to do some anatomy changes on it, because we just use the skin for more for the textures and all that. Right?
Yeah.
And then we wanted this feeling of being like a person underneath it. So the petrification on the top, we match this texture. Look like it's dripping, and as I said, like with the happiness of that place.
Why they were wrong, the proportion of the mannequin?
It's because it's a mannequin, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like human proportion. It's just like a super simple mannequin.
Yeah. So it gave us
your muscles and all that, the anatomy, it feels wrong.
Yeah. We had the size of it.
Okay.
Physically, so you can get a scan that can match up in terms of like realistic scale for the dirt and the concrete application that you're doing.
I remember as well we were looking for nails, and we saw some nasty diseases on fingers and all that, because they dig and attack with the nails, right? So we did like some long nails and very nasty stuff.
Like fungal.
I do remember that when I was going to check the concept for the cave drawer, I ended up in some horrible hand diseases, and I was like, what the hell is that?
We researched some pretty awful stuff, like what was the other one? Like necrosis, a lot of necrosis.
Yeah.
So like the sort of like fissures that you get in the human body, like what does the petrified water do to that as it wheels around it and all merges in? So it's all in there. I know you see them in the dark a lot, but when the light picks it up, when you get a bit of rim light or something, you can see all the details are really good.
Strong blocks you have to hit harder. It is you or him. What are they made of? Time to feel pain now, Senua. Keep going. It's better than you ever witnessed.
You see how small you are. Do you see how the pitiless world stamps you down? You are nothing.
I think we can start with a question.
Yes?
Like, why a ritual?
Well, that is a good question, David. So we wanted for Senua to be able to combat the giants in a way that didn't involve just killing them, simply killing them or fighting against them with a sword. We wanted there to be a deeper resolution. So we kind of came up with the idea that instead of defeating them, she'd have to understand them. And a little kind of metaphor for understanding is this idea of knowing someone's real name, knowing their name, that gives you access to some kind of deeper truth about them. And that the rule of names is something that's really common in folklore across the world. If you just think of something like Rumpelstiltskin, for instance, where the name is the key to defeating the creature, we decided to go with that. But we wanted, obviously, to make this something that the player could engage with, something interactive. So we thought, well, there's this idea that Senua is accessing a kind of magic in the lands with the help of Fargrimma and the hidden folk. And so why don't we make kind of this a ritual? So she'll have to go through something herself, which in some way mirrors what the giants have had to go through, and that can make her connect with them, and the name will be the key.
So I guess you are going as Senua through the motions of the giant, in this case Iltoiga, right? Or how she's feeling. You as a character, you are experiencing a very specific emotion and going through it. And I think is rage and anger, and which is at the core of what Iltoiga represents, and is what we try to represent through visuals in a very specific way, through audio in a very specific way, and in the narrative. And maybe before we go into the visuals or audio, you can explain a bit more the character itself, Lara, like Iltoiga, how...
Yes, so Iltoiga, we connected to the rage of the earth, so the volcanoes, earthquakes, anything that comes from deep within, has a lot of pressure and is fiery, and that's so she's that part of Iceland that all the volcano and the geothermal sites, this is all the core of Iltoiga. So she's a creature of anger. We wrote a story for her that showed how she came to be this creature of rage, and how all of that was tied up with loss. And she is a kind of product of the conflict that created the situation. So that's her. She's a creature of rage.
Because this comes from this idea, like when they couldn't feed one of the babies, or they thought it's gonna have a terrible life, or they were giving these babies to the hidden folk, right? So basically that's what happens to Iltoiga. She left her baby to the hidden folk. Like, I think realistically she left her to die.
Yes. But
and that is the start of all this.
yes, that loss, and that also the sense that there's nothing worth going on for. I think is what produces the giant. This kind fiction of how leaving these babies would mean that they'd have a better life because the hidden folk would take them and care for them and look after them and give them more than their human parents could ever give them. That was one of the other inspirations for her story.
Speak her name.
A ritual. Rituals will change it. They will bring change. They transform. They move and change the world. They uncover what is hidden. Listen, say, never say. What will you do? How will you know what to do? What happens if we cannot enter into the ritual with you? You may be alone, Senua, without us. Or alone with her. In her reality, a world But yeah, the visuals for this section are very startling.
Yeah, this is we kind of lucked out on this because it was one of the locations that we thought we were going to have to manually create because we knew we wanted this sort of fresh volcanic flow. And then it just so happened, I'm going to murder the pronunciation now, Fagradalfjall. Do you know it?
I don't know.
You don't know it? Erupted a few months before we went out, and it was just by off chance it was on the way to Kreisvik. So we did a detour and walked up to the flow and actually got to walk on it, which in hindsight was probably pretty dangerous. You could feel in parts of it, you put your hand down quite close and it was like putting your hand over a barbecue still. And it was like, somebody described it as demonic meringue. That's what it felt like, because it is like super sharp, like freshly laid lava that is kind of solidified, but it has a very different feel and different look to the kind of stuff that's been there from ancient eruptions. So yeah, we really lucked out. So we took a load of drone-based photogrammetry of the larger area, which you'll kind of see in the background, and lots of the smaller kind of these rope flow formations that you get, which are very beautiful in a way, where they're sort of twisted on each other. And then we've kind of processed them to make them feel like they're still got more heat inside them, kind of thing. But yeah, it was sort of a strange twist of events that we managed to actually capture a freshly kind of laid down lava field, which in reality is absolutely mind-boggling when you look at how big it is as well, because it's kind of filled up an entire valley and you can see the leading edge of it where it's eventually slowed and stopped.
I think this is the point where Thorgest is like on board now, right? He's shown her he has sympathy towards her a couple of times already, but at this point she shows him that that she can literally change the world, because to him Ilsweiger is a force of nature that can't be stopped, and then Senua's just shown him that I can do this. So now he's never been happy with his father's kind of dishonorable approach to the situation. Now he has a viable alternative he can take back to his father. And maybe in his head he's like, I'm going to kind of be a bit of a hero as well, because I'm the one that came back with this person who can change things. So this is, a big moment for him. And
probably for her as well, right?
Well, definitely, because
it's similar situation with the father.
Yeah.
Because the father will say no to these approaches, but
Yeah.
she managed to have someone that trusts
Yes.
this way of seeing the world.
Yeah.
So she feels supported. So I think it's, yeah.
So from her point of view, like Fargrim are kind of on board already. Now she's won over this enemy to actually fight for her. And the ultimate person who can change the situation, as far as she can see, is the Gothi. And now she's got his son, who can help her change his mind. So I think for her, this is quite a major step on her journey. So at the end of the ritual, once Senua has achieved that leap of empathy, so that she understands Iltoika, Ingun's experiences. The way she really resolves this is by giving Ingun back that thing that she'd lost, that thing that meant so much to her and had been the kind of the reason why her rage was so great. And obviously that on a narrative level, that's a kind of end of Ingun's story.
So in some ways it resonates with the idea of a recovery, which when you talk to people about recovery, it often involves the fulfillment of a purpose, not so much things becoming as they used to be, but accepting that they've changed. And just as at the end of Hellblade, Senua's sacrifice, Senua's recovery, if you like, was an acceptance of the loss of Dillion. It feels like Iltauga's acceptance of the loss of her baby reflects that. It's not that things are as they were, but the anger and distress dissipates by simply accepting it. And I think, you know, I found that scene very touching as Senua hands it back, because Iltauga accepts it and is calm.
I think there was always the intention of strengthening the kind of identification between Senua and Ingun and their experiences, in that whilst they're not exactly the same, the amount of trauma and pain that they've both gone through could have led to a similar outcome. So in a sense, Senua's taken a kind of different path to Ingun, but at heart, they're both young women who've had to suffer a great deal. And so I think that moment of resolution between them and the resolution to Ingun's story, I think it really, it resonated with me as well.
I mean, the acceptance of a bereavement is immensely complicated.
Especially when there's a degree of guilt involved.
Yes.
As there was in both cases.
Yes, that's a very good point. Guilt often prevents people from working through the stages. And in some cases that condemns them to a state of profound anger that's almost as distressing as the loss.
And of course the acceptance of her loss means that essentially Ingun is at peace and can, as Fargrimr puts it, return to the earth. And again, we made that identification of Iltauga with volcanic geothermal activity and forces. And so when she returns to the earth, she becomes a volcanic rock, a lava rock. And honestly, I like this. It feels like she's at peace now. And her child is with her. Oh, also one more thing. Yeah, we scale the giants up and down. I don't know how clear it is, but they are as large as they would feel to Senua, depending on the situation. So obviously, the Iltauga in the ritual was at the peak of her rage, and so she was huge and towering. But then at the close of the ritual, when they come face to face, she's more humanized to Senua, so she is more human size. And then when she becomes the rock, she's a rock size.
Which for me, as a neuroscientist, is a lovely example of how our emotional and cognitive perspective shapes how we perceive the world around us, profoundly changes it. So the same thing can be perceived in two very different ways depending on how we're feeling inside.
Ingun, I can help you.
Esta parte he ido despacio. Es que tengo buen recuerdo de ella, de la música sobre todo, según te vas acercando. Y quería escucharla ahí a toda potencia. No con las voces de fondo. Lo he hecho por mí.
I will break your chains. I will free you from your hell.
Senua. She is dying.
Iltoiga, she is
You can ease her pain. You know what to do.
give it to her.
Her baby.
She just wanted to protect what she loved.
What happens when you fail?
You break.
You become monstrous.
Consumed by rage.
Grief.
No more.
Let them rest together.
Together.
Together now.
Let her rest.
It's time.
Sleep well. Inga.
Silence. She is gone now.
All the rage.
All the fear.
All the grief. All died with her. You did it, Senua.
Now people will be free again.
You brought hope.
Yes.
You think you have triumphed, but this means nothing. This woman was no god. She was weak, like you. This changes nothing.
I need to go home. Will your father join us if you tell him what you saw? Yes. He will not run from battle. He will lead us into it.
There is more than the sword here.
More than he can understand.
No more slaves. And no more sacrifices.
He is trying to understand.
Is
No
he?
sacrifices. No more cowering in our fortress. We could fight.
We have, but not in the way he thinks.
No more sacrifices, swear.
I never wanted any of that. I just did not believe it was possible to defeat them. And now I see.
A ray of hope.
If this is real, no more sacrifices. You have my word.
This needs to be for something.
Be sure of that. She is
Exhausted. You leave at sunrise. I will come with you. I know the Gordy, and he respected me. Once. I will bear witness to what was done here today.
What are we going to do next, Senua?
This transition was kind of... we've got a couple of these big long ones, haven't we? Where you kind of fly in from a different location. And this one in particular, you kind of wanted the mood change quite a lot. So in terms of the lighting and the kind of the colours, with, you know, with the mosses and the foliage and things like that, we wanted that kind of real stark contrast.
Wisdom has a price. Remember.
So like the actual location where we got a lot of these assets from, so that was on the way.
That was, yeah, on the way to Dupilon Beach. There's a really, really nice cliff top walk that you can do along there.
And that, so a little bit further up is a place, is it Anastarpi? And then that leads into Hetna and then round to Dupilon. But yeah, like in terms of the kind of look and feel of the landscape of this, it's quite different, isn't it?
Very different. That is a place where you can see a very young, in geological terms, lava field meeting the sea and crumbling away. It's got a very primal feel to it and look to it.
And I think that it was one of the first locations we visited when on our initial trip to Iceland, and we all kind of got a good special feel from it in terms of like the sort of the difference in the place and the sort of rolling lava versus the coastal cliffs and the sort of raging sea below and stuff. So
Yeah, because I guess this is the same geology as Dupilon further up. I guess this was all part of the volcano that you can see in the background of both locations, which I cannot remember the name of. Sneffisness something volcano. I think it's actually the volcano that was used as the entrance to the Jules Verne Journey to the Centre of the Earth. That was his location, weirdly. I think I read that on Wikipedia. But that, yeah, technically that's the same lava flow, isn't it? But it feels quite different. There's a lot in terms of the undulations and the variation within it and the kind of mosses and that kind of thing.
So where this bit that's between Dupilon and Anastarpi, the clifftop path, that's a very, very rugged part of this peninsula where there's a lot of undulation in the lava field. It seems quite young. It's very jagged. There's a lot of exposed rocks. When you get to Dupilon, I think the beach is further out from the volcano, so it's a lot older. It's a lot more worn down and a lot flatter. Here we could really have some fun with the verticality of things, whether that be the big steep hills behind you going inland and the sheer drop that goes into the ocean below. It was a really interesting environment to build.
So, like lighting and atmos-wise, obviously we wanted this to be a contrast to what had come before it and what was about to happen as well, didn't we? So
yeah, and they say in the game, this is your moment of respite, of rest. was an opportunity for us to paint Iceland in a more colourful way, because up until now it had been quite dark.
Yeah, you've been through the tight claustrophobic caves and the sort of the lava of Iltaga, and then you're kind of brought out into this sort of very much more kind of peaceful, relaxing scene, aren't you? So,
like to come out blinking into the sun after a couple of chapters of quite dark and serious stuff.
It was interesting, actually. At one point, we didn't have the trees in, did we? But there's actually, during that period, a large percentages of the coastal areas would have been covered in trees. And adding them into that landscape changed the look quite a lot, didn't it?
It does. The moment you bring in large vegetation, it just gives it a more lush and soft feel to it. And yeah, we just wanted to have this moment of rest in there where they could just get a moment of respite. Again, where the player could have a look around at some of the environment stuff in a more sunny, cheerful way as well.
I think this was one of the first areas as well we really kind of started pushing foliage in terms of the look of it and the sort of the feel of the lushness and the mixed varieties and stuff, and started adding bits like little flowers and bits of dead grass and sort of the lush green elements and the mix of rocks and little crowberry plants, and we tried to sort of try and push the look of the realism of various elements in the foliage as well as all the other elements we'd scanned.
What was it like? Because I know that you and Chris and did quite a lot of the drone-based photogrammetry of the rocks out to sea there. It's a bit sketchy in places, isn't it, in terms of birds and wind?
It can be, yeah. It's a really, really great landscape to photograph and capture, but it does come with its challenges. The advantage of having the drone, of course, is that you can send that over the side of a sheer cliff where it would just be impossible to get any kind of data with a handheld camera.
I'm resisting the urge to tell a story that's embarrassing for one member of... Well, not embarrassing. So Chris, one of the environment guys, disappeared for quite a while when we were walking along this path from Anastapi to Dupolon, and to the point where I was thinking, I think maybe he's fallen off a cliff or something.
When do we send out the search party?
When did we send out the search party? And then he appeared, and then
looking rather pleased with himself.
Yeah, and informed us that he needed to find a secluded area very quickly. I'll leave it at that.
It's quite easy. If you go off the beaten path on that clifftop area, it could be very easy to get lost in all the crags and miniature canyons that all those lava folds create.
You get a really strange thing with the sound as well, isn't it? Because there's so much moss, it kind of dulls the sound.
Everything, doesn't it?
It really does, and it's really strangely kind of eerie in places.
If you walk down into a hollow, for instance, like it can suddenly become really, really quiet. You can't even hear the waves that are only feet away from you down the side
and
of the
the
cliff.
birds as well, because they're super noisy.
Yeah, and then once you get exposed again, you've got the crashing of the ocean on one side and that eerie silence on the other. Yeah, it's quite an interesting place from that point of view. It's like an area of stark contrast.
I always wanted this bit to be longer, to be honest. Kind of have a little bit more kind of pathing, branching paths and things like that.
Well, it was one of those areas, it was the few areas in the game that we hadn't actually done a one-to-one chunk of the landscape, because if you did a one-to-one chunk of that landscape, you'd find it almost impossible to get Senua and the other characters to walk on it. It's so undulating and so rocky, so we had to take a bit of artistic liberty with it to bring it into reality.
In this land, we may catch sight of the Landisir, the spirits who embody the sacred places, the rivers and rocks. You see the Lady of the Mountain, the Fiak corner, he bathes in the waterfall and lets the drops fall on her shoulder.
Tremendo, hasta el gesto del cambio de iluminación, qué guapo. Sí, sí, literal. Es eso, no ha sido casualidad. Una lástima que el juego no hiciera eso, un poco más de libertad sin llegar a ser un mundo totalmente abierto. Que hubiera tres no, pero yo que sé, unas cerca de 10 armas distintas, que la historia, más mitología incluso, pero que hubiera más secundarias, bueno, que hubiera secundarias en realidad, pero no hay ninguna, que hubiera secundarias y todo eso. Estaría a la altura de un God of War, cosas así, de ese estilo. Creo que no llegó ni a ser GOTY ni mucho menos, el 2023 creo que fue. O sea, no estuvo ni cerca, que me acuerde, no me acuerdo mucho, pero... Eso, porque se quedaron en... Acotaron mucho el juego. Lo que muestra de 10, pero poco. Y no hay forma de meterse dentro de la cascada. Ah, por Dios.
The Skald's verse tells how Grettir made many enemies with his proud and overbearing nature. Always quick to anger, his strength and fighting prowess meant that even the most trivial of quarrels met a fatal end. The kinsmen of those he killed or maimed were angry, and because he was an outlaw, no one was allowed to help him.
Voy a comprobarlo, pero ¿qué fue el GOTY en 2023? ¿Qué salió en 2023? Este creo que es de 2023. Voy a mirar primero. Hellblade 2. Es un juego del año 2000... Ah, no, fue en 2024. Fue el año pasado. Nada, bueno, el año pasado. Ni de coña. O sea, había mucha competencia. El año pasado, si no me equivoco, fue el Baldur's. Obviamente no es un Baldur's. Y el 2023, por curiosidad, lo ganó. Ah, no, el Baldur's fue ya 2023. Claro, el 2024 fue el Astro Boy, creo que fue, de Play. Y 2025 va a ser en unos meses aún. Tenía ahí yo. Ya, pues solo hace un año y pico que jugué este juego. Diría que era más. O el recuerdo lejano del juego este. Además, mira, ahí detallito, tontería mía. Pero el sonido de este tipo de piedras... Ahí, sí, lo han puesto, pero muy finico. Casi ni se escucha. El sonido de pisar estas piedras, la leche. Pero casi no se escucha. Si el mapa fuera eso, un poco más de libertad, que sí, variedad de armas, algún sistema de progresión, todo eso. Si lo hubieran puesto. Además que si han hecho todo esto, sabrían hacerlo. Estoy seguro que sabrían. Pero lo de siempre, se le habrá ido de presupuesto, fechas, el látigo de Microsoft atrás, en plan, sacadme el juego. Seguramente hayan sido muchas cosas.
Yes, it is. Even now.
An ambush. Guiding the Björk to our door, Wagner. Is this what you were reduced to? How does she know? Why does she know? Let him go! No. Who is this man?
This is not...
Ay, cinemática otra vez pocha.
What is it?
No, this is...
No tengo forma de quitármela.
This woman here. Senua. She knows how to defeat the giants. All of us, we've seen it.
She has to trust us. Make her trust us. She will believe you. Impossible. They can't be killed.
We thought so too, but we saw it. We saw it! We're on our way to Borgavik now to tell the Gode, to make him understand that we can fight back.
He's telling the truth.
I did not ask you that. Shut your mouth. I will slit you throat. She is
I know you have no love for Björk, but you can trust me.
Will she?
This is the turning point, Ástíðar. We can start over. Start to rebuild what we had.
Does she trust me? If this is true.
Yes.
She believes you. She wants to believe you. She's trying to understand.
If this is true, you, Senua, tell Ninua. Say it is true.
She is exhausted. You can speak. She wants to believe you. Speak to her. She wants to trust you. Tell her the truth.
It is true.
She will believe us. She knows she can see that we bring hope. We do.
Okay. Prove it then. There's a giant here.
Another giant. Another giant.
He roams the beaches and sinks our boats, cutting us off from the sea. And we're close to running out of food.
More darkness. We can help these people.
Kill it.
We need to get to Borgavik.
Please.
Remember, there are other people who must
I cannot let more of my people die.
Don't get distracted.
We should kill it. We've taken down one, but there is a whole land of them. We need to practice.
And I will die if you don't.
Please. Senua.
People will die if you stay here.
We are dying.
People will die. You have to help her. Now it is time to meet someone. Now you have to choose.
All right. We will help. Harald, take them to the settlement and keep an eye on the Bjark.
We want to help her.
Senua, come with me.
Trust us.
I will show you the giant.
All her life she had been alone. No, not alone, not quite alone. But in this loneliest place she has found others, lost in darkness, just like she was. Others who might look to her to lead them into the light. Can her shoulders bear this burden? She so learned to keep her guard up, can she ever let it down?
You are an outlander. Why are you here?
I came as a slave.
Can you trust
Taken by the Björk?
Yes.
You were taken by the Björk, and yet you come here with Þorgestur.
Who wants to stop the giants?
We want the same thing now. To stop the giants.
He doesn't trust him.
Be careful. Björk can't be trusted. They demand food from us, and if we don't give it, they take us as sacrifice. Do you understand?
She knows what it's like to lose people. Just like you. Just like us. You can help her. You can. She wants to. Why can't she?
You hear that? That's him.
That's him.
one of the things we wanted to do with the other characters in the game was give them all a point of similarity with Senua, which would give her an opportunity to explore that part of her in discussions with them. To a greater or lesser extent, that's what we ended up doing with everyone. So obviously Thorgester and her have issues with their fathers. She and Fargrimmar share that sense that they're spiritually connected to something larger than the world that they can perceive. And with Astritha, it's this sense of responsibility for other people and the kind of embarrassment, guilt, shame that can bring, as well as the pride and sense of community that it can bring. So Senua, newly becoming responsible for people, is able to engage with Astritha, who's been doing it reluctantly for some time. And that gives her a chance to open up to someone else who's going through the same kind of thing as she is. And it gives Astritha a sense as well of being able to share her troubles with someone who understands. I find their relationship really,
It's just me left.
I don't know, inspiring. And I think that it's one of the lighter moments for Senua in a way in this game, which is so full of darkness, that she's able to make that real genuine connection with someone else. So the scene where Astritha takes Senua down to the cliff to see the sea giant for the first time is quite an important scene in some ways, because it doesn't matter how much you stay there and look around, you will never see that sea giant. You will only hear him. And that is because we wanted to strengthen the identification between the sea giant and the idea of this kind of force of nature of sea storms. So the things that the sea giant is responsible for doing in Astritha's telling of it is things like destroying their boats and preventing them from fishing, which of course is exactly the kind of thing that you would expect a sea storm to do. So this is the idea behind Shavarisi, that he's a terrifying force of nature, and he is a problem for Astritha and her tribe in that way. And we wanted to give him the same kind of backstory as Ingwin, something that Senua could identify with and empathize towards, so that she would want to help him rather than kill him. So we made him an outcast. He did something terrible, but kind of understandable, and he was cast out for it. So he's lonely, he's isolated, and he feels guilty. And these are all things that happen to Senua as well. She thinks she's responsible, or she believed at one point that she was responsible for bringing destruction to her people in the same way that Saga did to his. So this makes her able to connect with him and forgive him.
Pues tenemos aquí otro coleccionable más. A pillarlo. Uf, me sigue flipando lo de la lluvia ahí lejana, ¿eh? Un poco exagerado, pero tremendo. Eso sí, me he dado cuenta que llega a ver, pero ese hormigueo de las nubes por los bordes y tal, eso sí que es característico de los juegos modernos de Unreal. Eso sí que es verdad. Es ahí. No sé cómo ha hecho, lo camuflan bastante bien. A lo lejos no se nota. Pero es literal lo que les pasa a ese tipo de nubes en todos los juegos de Unreal. Pero va, una burrada, como sé. A poner este audio. Mira, antepenúltimo ya. No queda mucho más, pero hoy no lo acabo.
His enemies knew he was there, but he was still so strong and fierce, nobody could shift him. Thorbjorn, first among his foe, sent his foster mother to see Grettir. She was a Seithkona, and very wily. She enchanted a tree branch and sent it to wash up on Drangi. Grettir tried to cut it up for firewood, but his axe flew back and struck him in the leg. The wound blackened and festered, and Grettir feared his time was close.
Voy a dejarlo ya por aquí por hoy. 5 horitas y pico, 5 y media casi. Y con otras cuantas que le echen, otras tantas por la mañana. Creo que lo acabo en 3 horas, como mucho creo que estaría terminado. Pero me apetece seguir sabiendo más cositas, ¿eh? Una locura como se ve. Ojalá algún día nos acostumbremos esto así en juegos en mundo abierto también. Y en juegos completos. La palabra. Pues nada más. Mañana. No, mañana sí que no sé hora, pero tarde-noche seguramente. Me pondré con esto. Mira, ahí esa nube de ahí sí que se le nota. La pequeñita que está ahí. Sí, ni se ve, pero literal. Lo que le pasa a un real con el tema de la iluminación. Pues sobre superficies terrestres, ¿no? Sí que no se ve. Está perfecto. Por ejemplo, claro, aquí no se generan sombras. Apenas. Sombras como tal. Pues creo que las de contacto sí, pero... Ah, tremendo. Me flipa verlo. Así que nada. Te dejo por hoy. Hasta mañana. El vídeo lo dejaré también por YouTube. De hecho, estaba streameando allí. Según le dé a detener, ya queda allí grabado. Le pondré una miniatura y, como siempre, ordenadito en las playlists. Hasta mañana.